West funk, thoughts deep, boys steeped in the depths that he sunk. Big stress, depressed in the middle of fall. Sky gray, I late in the thick of it all. I wonder, how long can a human survive just staying alive or carrying the rest of the tribe? Waiting for the day to arrive or struggling dies, and I be doing way, way more than getting by. So why? Cop myself a cup of coffee, sipping water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Hey, cop myself a cup of coffee, sipping water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Realize life is so much more than just living a day. Every day I can sit and reflect and breathe and connect to myself and all that I've been given. See, giving up is not an option. So when I'm looking at gray skies, I'll be adopting a new way to deal with a test. Lord, relieve me of stress and bring me looking like when blessings drop in. And so I cop myself a cup of coffee, sipping water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Water in it softly, cleansing me of stress I hold. Hey, here we go. Yeah, let's do this. Y'all ready? 1, 2, 3. In times of test, let no harm beset me, oh my Lord, oh my Lord. In times of test, let no harm beset me, oh my Lord, oh my Lord. Woo.
Warning, the following image and/or content may be disturbing, offensive to some viewers. Viewer discretion is strongly advised.
So we already starting off making it rain. That's what I'm talking about. Hey, Speak, appreciate it, man. Appreciate it a whole lot. Thank you. What's good, everybody? Shoot, what's good? What's good? Happy Thursday, man. Happy Thursday. Shoot, man, I ain't gonna lie to y'all. Man, I had to struggle to do this show for real, man. I ain't lying. I had to struggle. I was sitting here contemplating on doing the show, man. I'm like, dang, man, maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. Maybe I should, maybe I shouldn't. I like, all right, I'm gonna go ahead. Then right after that, my boy speak on it. Hit me with the good old super chat, man. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about, man. Man, salute. Appreciate it a whole lot, speak, man. Appreciate it. Thank you. Salute everybody. I appreciate you tuning in to the one stream tonight on Urban. Tonight is the Ask Urban Anything show. I do these shows at least once a month where I allow you as the viewer, you as the subscriber, even if you're not even subscribed to my channel, I allow you the opportunity to have a conversation with me. All right, where we could just talk about anything. I don't care. Whatever you want to talk about, where we could talk about, you know what I'm saying? Or it could be something that I previously discussed on one of my podcasts, you know what I'm saying? Where if you agree with it, where if you disagree with it, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, you know, this is the time where you could actually engage me, you know what I'm saying? Because I know normally when I do my my podcasts and stuff on, normally I don't be engaging my chat like how it's supposed to be. You know, my moderators get on me up about that, you know. But I do a fairly moderate job in trying to engage people in the chat, you know what I'm saying, depending on what I'm talking about. Some shows, you know, I do other shows where I'm just really, you know, in my zone at the moment. Yeah, I ain't gonna say nothing. I'm just gonna do what we do, right? When we do it, you know what I'm saying? Man. But it is what it is. Gas Mask, salute, man. Appreciate you for pulling up in the lounge like always. Yeah, I hit 5K, man. Y'all hit 5K. I appreciate that a whole lot. Yes. So we got on Showing Up in the building as well, too. What's up with the Showing Up? Hell, we should, we had like about 10 people watching the introduction of the show. They must love the intro. They must love the show, the intro. Cause right after they're like, yeah, I'm done. Listen to the song. I am out of there. That's okay. That's okay, because I appreciate the view. I appreciate it. We got Rita in the building as well, too. Salute, Rita. Salute. Welcome. Salute to each and every last one of y'all who are watching in the bushes, and salute to each and every last one of y'all who are going to catch the replay. Appreciate y'all. So just like I say, this is the Ask Urban Anything show. You know what? I'm gonna be so nice to y'all today. I'm for real. I'm gonna be so nice to y'all. Cause normally when I drop the link, right, I normally use Zoom. You know what I'm saying? Because how the way I am, you know, I like to be in control of a lot of things. You know what I'm saying? Panels is one of them. You know what I'm saying? And StreamYard do not do very well with that. But however, I do have workarounds, you know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna be nice. And I'm going to literally drop the StreamYard link for y'all. All right. Now, the one thing about it is that with the StreamYard link, I can hear you, people can hear you, but they ain't gonna see you. All right. That is how the way it's gonna be, you know what I'm saying? Because you know, some of y'all be on one, man. I ain't lying. In these especially in these YouTube streets, man, y'all be So, you know, I got to protect my brand by all costs, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah. So, here's the StreamYard link. I'm being very, very nice because my moderators know I cringe using StreamYard for real. But I'm going to be nice tonight and drop the StreamYard link. those of y'all who want to come up and have a conversation with me. Speak got the first question tonight too. He said, "Who made that intro for you?" That is a very, very good question. I got a very, very good answer. First of all, the intro song that came from a actual band. You know what I'm saying? It actually came from a actual band. Damn, I forgot what their name is, but it came from them. You know what I'm saying? So I'm actually sharing revenue with them. Okay, so whenever I do this and I monetize my channel, part of the revenue is going towards them. Second part of the answer to that speak is that I had went on to Fiverr. Okay, I went on Fiverr and I had let somebody design that whole intro show for you. All right, you know what I'm saying? So that's who did it. I didn't do that. I didn't do that at all. You know what I'm saying? Could I do it? Absolutely, I can, because I'm that technology savvy to do stuff like that. Because I know how to do that. I know how to do intros. I know how to make videos like that. I just didn't feel like doing it, and so I just paid somebody to do it on my behalf, and that's why I go to on Fiverr. And to be honest with y'all, a lot of y'all who are content creators, right, and you're trying to leverage your channels, I highly recommend y'all go on Fiverr, for real. I really do. Go on Fiverr. They have so many people who are freelance workers on there that you could pay to do so much stuff for you. They can they could do your thumbnails for you if you're too lazy to do that. They could do your intros and outros for you, just like how the way they did mine. You know what I'm saying? They could do that for you. They do a whole lot of things as well too. They could become your channel manager as well too. Because at one point in time, I did have a channel manager, a person who's come in, they'll manage my channel and stuff right there. They'll actually come in to see how the way my channel is, how the way I'm running my channel, and they'll give recommendations of topics, right? They'll go in and help with the SEO, you know what I'm saying, optimization of the channel. They'll go in and help on doing certain tags for the channel as well, too. So I had one for like almost nearly a year. But then, knowing me, I was watching everything that my channel manager was doing and stuff. I like, shit, I could do that myself. So I started learning it, right? And I started doing it myself. Then I like, all right there, bro. So I no longer needed my channel manager services because I learned how to do it on my own, so yeah. But yeah. Top No Drop salute, man. Welcome to the lounge, man. You're more than welcome here in the lounge. Welcome. Oh, speaking of which, Top, since you are here in the lounge, man, there's like I say, you're more than welcome in the lounge. You're more than welcome to, speak your mind, speak your opinion. You're more than welcome to go wherever you want to go as well too. The reason why I'm saying that is because that live that Cheryl did I think it was like almost like 3 or 4 days ago or wherever it was. I was watching that live, but I was just in the bushes observing and watching. And to be honest with you, I didn't agree with that at all, period. You know what I'm saying? Because I believe at the end of the day, we are grown people. Whoever you want to go and watch, whatever content creator you want to go and watch, regardless of how the other content creator feel about them, you're a grown adult, and that is totally your choice. That's the whole point of YouTube. All right. So I think that was very, very unfair. I think that yeah, it's very, very unfair for what happened with you in that regard. You know what I'm saying? I totally disagree with that. You know what I'm saying? Now, do I have a disdain for Cheryl and anything like that? No, not at all. But I just didn't agree on that at all, period. Because it's people on my channel right now. They my subscribers right now, including my moderators, they go wherever hell they want to go. I don't care. I don't trip. They go over to they go over to channels, where I necessarily don't agree with their topics or their talking points and stuff. But I don't trip with them. You know what I'm saying? I don't tell them where they can and can't go. You do what you do. You're grown adult. I'm not here to dictate and control you. Okay. A matter of fact, I don't want my channel to be ran like that because, you know what I'm saying, even though that I'm the content creator, even though I'm the owner of this channel, even though I take on the responsibility of this channel, right, I want to make this channel beneficial not only for myself, but actually for you as the subscriber as well too. Part of that is releasing the leash and letting you make your own decisions, you know what I'm saying? Which a lot of people respect that about me, you know what I'm saying? And that's facts for real, you know what I mean? So yeah, I'm that type of one dude where I'm way mature and I don't be tripping about stuff like that. It don't bother me. I don't care, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? So that's why I personally wanted to address that. Just to let you know, I saw it. I was in the bushes, you know what I'm saying? I didn't engage, even though I really wanted to, but I didn't engage because I seen the type of environment that was happening even within that chat. And I felt that by me engaging, it wasn't going to make the situation better. Okay? So, and at the end of the day, you know, that is, you know, her house. So I had no dog in that particular fight. But, you know, yes, I absolutely did not agree with that at all, period. So, yeah. Speaking said, Dale, you still use a StreamYard? No, bro. Hell no. I do not use no damn StreamYard. No. The only time I use StreamYard is when I allow people to come up and talk to me, you know what I'm saying? Because it's weird too. It is so weird. Because so many people are so used to StreamYard, right? Where they don't want to use Zoom. It is so damn weird, but it's the same as that thing. The only difference between the two is this, and I know what it is. The difference between the two is that with StreamYard, people could do whatever the hell they want when they want. You know what I'm saying? And people like that freedom to do that. Zoom, you can't do that bullshit. Like get on Zoom, you know what I'm saying? You can make your Zoom set to do certain things, you know what I'm saying? Like, say for example, with StreamYard, right, whenever a person is talking and stuff, right, and they're talking over you stuff, right, they can mute and unmute themselves, you know what I'm saying, on StreamYard. I hate that. That's the worst feature that StreamYard ever had. The second thing, right, the second thing that I do not like about StreamYard is that a person could turn their camera on and off at will, meaning that if that person don't like it and they coming up on your panel to troll you, whatever, then they can absolutely turn the camera on and do a bomb on you and all this stuff on StreamYard. I do not like that. But on Zoom, you cannot do that, period. Because I could disengage you from talking, you know what I'm saying, where I can mute you and you cannot unmute yourself on Zoom. Second of all, I can want to disengage the camera where you can't even turn the camera on at all, even if you wanted to. You know what I'm saying? So them are the two main features I enjoy about Zoom, and that's why I use it all the time, you know. But I have a workaround with StreamYard because like the program I'm using right now is Ecamm. You know what I'm saying? So my workaround is that. I can still use StreamYard, absolutely. But I don't pay for it or nothing like that. Sometimes I allow people to come up through StreamYard and you could talk. But nine times out of 10, if I don't really know you, right, then 9 times out of 10, I'm not going to show you on the screen at all, period. That is going to be what it is. It is what it is. Because like I say, at the end of the day, I do treat my my channel as a business. You know what I'm saying? I have to protect my brand. And there are people out there who don't understand that concept. And so, or it's people who understand that concept and they become jealous of that and they want to sabotage your business and brand. So I have to protect that, you know, at all costs, because I put a lot of time in this. I put a lot of money into this, a lot of effort into this for some stupid motherfuckers to sit up here and later try to sabotage your brand. And I'm not going to let them do that at all, period. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Nina, what's up with it, man? Appreciate you pulling up. Oh, you say you talked on the T-show last night? Sure, what y'all talking about? Man, sure, man, I'll be doing my best to try to catch on T show at night, but man, I be so tired, boy. I'm telling you, when I tell y'all that I'm a busy man. I am a very busy man for real. I ain't lying. I ain't lying. I ain't lying. I put to y'all this way. I have a full-time job, right? YouTube is a part-time job because I do get paid for YouTube, and I have another part-time job when I DJ. All right, so you could just safely say that I got 3 jobs that I'm doing. My main job and the 2 part-time jobs that I do, YouTube and DJing. All right, so I stay consistently busy all the time. And on top of that, me being a, you know what I'm saying, being a husband and being a father to my children, that's a job in itself as well too. So I stay so busy, y'all. I honestly do. And so that's why, you know, I try my best to support T. I really do. I really do. But you know, when she do her shows late, it'll be hard for me to stay up. You know what I'm saying? That'd be real hard for me to stay up and watch it. But however, what I do is that I'll catch the replay of her show. I'll go and watch it if I have time to watch it. You know what I'm saying? I do that. You know, I haven't seen her latest show. That's why I asked you about that. I like show. I didn't know you was on the panel. Yeah, but yeah. Yep. Oh yeah, Top, you welcome, man. You welcome, man. Because I believe that at the end of the day, man, we are all grown adults, man. We can't fall for all that childish stuff. You know what I'm saying? To tell somebody what they can and can't do, try to control somebody, try to dictate to people and stuff. Become a YouTube coach and all kind of weird stuff. YouTube leader and all this weird stuff that they got going on. Nah. Yeah. Nope. Not at all. Having to explain how it was how my mom should have had okay. And how it made her life harder. They have to explain it how it was the logical move. Okay. That's an interesting conversation. Y'all may have to go back and listen to that conversation. Yeah, because that sounds pretty interesting. Sounds pretty interesting. Yep. But yeah, keep the questions coming. Once again, everybody, those of y'all who are tuning in right now, this is the Ask Urban Anything show where this is where I'm fully interactive with you as a subscriber, or you're not a subscriber, or if you want to literally come up and ask me a question or have a conversation with me, this is the show for you to do it tonight. This is the show. Well, I'm fully engaging, y'all. Fully being interactive. I dropped the one StreamYard link. I don't like the bad people to come up here on StreamYard and stuff. But if you want to come up here, by all means, I'm going to drop this link one more time. After that, y'all better scroll up to this link because I ain't dropping it no damn more. Because I ain't going to beg y'all to come up here and have a conversation with me, because at the end of the day, it don't matter to me if you do or you don't. I would like for you to, but at the end of the day, it don't matter, if you do or don't. You know what I'm saying? So while we doing that, I do want to talk to y'all about something. All right. One of my subscribers, right, they wanted me to talk about this for the longest, and I just haven't got around to really doing it. But since we're having this show tonight, why the hell not? Let's talk about it. My subscriber, Barb, I don't know if she's in the chat right now, or she might catch the replay. Salute, Barb. But she wanted me to explain my reasoning about this partner situation, okay? What are you talking about, Urban? Whenever I hear people, preferably man and woman, mention to each other about partner, like say, for example, they use the verbiage saying that I am looking for my partner. You know what I'm saying? I cringe every single time when I hear them say that. Barb wanted me to explain why that bothers me so much so. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to explain it to you, the reason why it bothers me so much so when I hear people say partner in a relationship. The reason why it bothers me is because for the simple fact that I believe that at the end of the day, in relationships, you are not a partner, period. You're not a partner, period. When I hear the term partner, I'm thinking about it in a business perspective. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about it in the lines of that it's transactional. Now, many of y'all who been watching my channel, watching my podcast, right? Y'all hear me use interchangeably, right? Why I say that relationships are transactional. The reason why I say that is because modern day relationships have become transactional. Hence the reason why a lot of people use the term partner. Once again, modern day relationships have become transactional. Hence the reason why people use the term partner. I'm looking for a partner. I'm looking for my partner. You know what I'm saying? Because they made it transactional. I believe that relationships shouldn't be transactional. In fact, I believe that relationships should go to the traditional value of actually loving each other because you love that person. That's my belief. Not because you need that person. Not because that person is going to bring something beneficial or add on something beneficial to your said life or your said lifestyle. But you just actually being in a relationship with that person because you actually care about that person. You actually have feelings about that person. You want to spend the rest of your life with that person. You want to share your world with that person because you care about that person. You love that person. That's why I believe relationships should be at. I don't believe in a transactional relationship at all, period. Hell, I believe transactional relationships are toxic as hell. And to me, that's fact. That is facts. Transactional relationship is toxic as hell because there's a certain expectation that comes behind it. A matter of fact, to be quite honest with y'all, the reason why we deal with a lot of narcissism, like we've been talking about this a lot in these spaces and stuff, right? Talking about narcissism this, narcissism that. The reason why we deal with a lot of narcissism and a lot of mental behavior issues, right, is because that mindset of partnership, that mindset that relationships have to be transactional for you. I scratch your back as long as you scratch my back. If I'm providing something to you, like a service or servitude to you, whatever the case may be, it is my expectation that you return the favor. This is also to be quite honest with y'all, this is the whole concept about what do you bring to the table, where that comes from. It's because you're talking about a transactional relationship. Let's keep it real. Because you're absolutely talking about a transactional relationship. I believe it shouldn't be that way, period. I don't. I believe if we go to the fundamental core root of an actual relationship, then it'll be way better. I'm putting it to y'all this way too. I believe that a relationship with a man and woman should be very, very similar how the way we treat our children. And here's the reason why. It's because we don't treat our children as partners, right? Hell, as a matter of fact, you don't hear no grown adult, whether it's a man or woman, father or mother, you never hear no grown adult never mention about their children being partners. You never hear that. The reason why is because we view our children not as partners, but we view our children as children, period. We love our children unconditionally, even though they make certain choices and decisions that we don't agree upon, right? But at the end of the day, we love them unconditionally, correct? So I believe that our relationships as man and woman, husband and wife, boyfriend and girlfriend, whatever you want to call it and stuff, right? I believe that it should have that same basic fundamental principles where you love each other unconditionally, just because it is what it is, versus loving out of necessity, loving out of need, loving because this person could provide for you, loving because this person could protect you, sit up here trying to love this person because they give bum diggly sex to you, love this person because they could provide you a car and a house, wherever the stupid reason is, you know what I'm saying? I believe that we have to be in that fundamental value of loving each other for loving each other, or loving each other, unconditionally. Just as similar to how the way we love our children. But the thing about it is this, is that I believe that the reason why it is what it is because not only it's transactional, but I also believe the reason why it is what it is because of out of fear. Fear of being hurt, fear of being betrayed, fear of being cheated upon, fear of all these different things, fear of infidelity, fear of toxic relationship, whatever the case may be. There's a certain type of fear or even a phobia behind that. I believe that if we were to re-examine ourselves, right? We re-examine ourselves, re-examining our upbringing with, our parents and stuff, right? Or your parents, whatever, right? And you literally unlearn a lot of stuff that you mimic from your parents, right? If it was toxic, and really deal with yourself, both man and woman, I believe that we could get rid of that fear or phobia. And I believe that we could get back into that traditional value of loving that person because you just love that person. I have the honor and privilege, right, of loving my wife, Mrs. Zerbian, on that level. I don't love her out of necessity. I don't love her out of need. I don't love her out of want. I don't love her because we be having the best sex ever. I don't love her none of the reason. All that is just an added bonus to me. I love her because of who she is as a person. I love her because of how the way her mind and her spirit is. You know what I'm saying? I love her because she brings something to me that balances me out. You know what I'm saying? Not because it's transactional, because it is something that I admire about her. A matter of fact, even with the admiring part, right? I love her because how the way she is, it motivates me to be a better man. It motivates me not only to be a better man, it motivates me to be a better human being, period. You know what I'm saying? And that's how the way it's supposed to be. Your that person who's in your life is not your partner. That person in your life is bringing something to you that could elevate you in such a way where you just love them because it just is. Let's take it on a spiritual perspective, right? Those of y'all who believe in the higher power, those of y'all who believe in, God, those of y'all who believe in the Most High God, you call it Allah, whatever the case may be and stuff, right? I believe that God loves us just because he loves us. I believe that, honestly, that God relationship with us is not a partnership. I believe that God relationship with us is not transactional. I believe that it is because it just is. And I believe that that's how the way our relationship should represent. It should be a representation of our said relationship with God or the Most High God, whatever you want to call this being. It should be that same type of connection. You know what I'm saying? Christian people, Muslim people, they call it a covenant. You know what I'm saying? But even when you use the term covenant could still be transactional in a sense. You know what I'm saying? So they call it covenant, but I don't even call it that because I don't want it to enter into that realm of, once again, see like it's a partnership or transactional. I just simply said that it is because it just is. You love because it just is. Because you love them. I believe that love is actually a choice as well too. That you choose to love that person. You choose to pick out that person and stuff. Not a partnership, but you pick out that person or you select that person because of them. because of the something about them that captivate them, that not them, but captivate you so much so where you be so drawn to them, where you be so attracted to them in every way possible. That's how the way I am with my wife. You know what I'm saying? Where I'm just so drawn to her, where I'm attracted to her every possible way, physically, mentally, spiritually, you know what I'm saying? Her mind, everything. You know, so whatever the case may be, that's how I'm attracted towards her. And likewise, she is the same exact way with me. We don't have no transactional relationship. We don't have no, I scratch your back, you scratch my back type of relationship at our period. Now, to be quite honest with y'all, this type of thing that I'm suggesting to y'all tonight, this something that it had to be practiced. It's something that it had to be taught. It had to be trained. You literally have to, if you have that mentality thinking that you need a partner or you're into a partnership, you have to unlearn all that for real, because it's not beneficial. Because at the end of the day, when you enter into that partnership mentality, 9 times out of 10, it is going to end in a toxic way. Do y'all know, even in the business world, right? Even though we have businesses where, businesses partner together, or, businesses merge together, right? Do you know at some point of time that business is going to end? Something's going to happen to cause that business to end, because nothing is, complete. Everything has a beginning and everything has an end, Alpha and Omega, right? For every beginning, there's always an end. Businesses is no different, especially when you enter into a partnership mentality. Something's going to happen. Something's absolutely going to happen what's going to disvalue that partnership. That's why I say that you should have entered into a relationship with that partnership mentality, because it's not a business. Your relationship is not a business. Even though the modern day culture is pushing people towards your relationship to be a partnership or a business transaction. I know that we have what is known as marriage license. I understand that concept. You have a marriage license. Marriage license is pretty much transactional. I get that. I understand that. Therefore, that's why people end up getting, like prenuptial agreements and stuff, right? Or it be some people who are literally opt out of entering into that contractual agreement, right? Where they opt out of allowing the actual government to dictate their relationship, where they don't get a license for marriage. Now, to be quite honest with y'all, right? A license for marriage is nothing more of a business merger. Because at the end of the day, y'all got to understand that the state and federal government see you and your potential person that you're going to marry, right? They see you as two separate entities merging together into what is known as a corporation. That's how the way they see us as. So that's why they made it to where you get a license. It's for legal purposes, because they see you as a business. That's why you have to file taxes, just like a business, because they see you as a business. They just see you as a sole proprietary business when you're single, or they see you as a corporation or a merger when you're married. Once again, that's the reason why you pay taxes. So, to be quite honest with y'all, if you're looking at it in that concept and you allow the federal government to manipulate your mind, to thinking that, yeah, we're a business or blah, 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 9 times out of 10, your business is going to be disvalued, and which that's what they anticipate. Here's another one interesting fact that I want to show y'all. Those of y'all know this part of this fact. Y'all know that 80% of 80% of divorces come from women, right? But it's a reasoning behind it. The reason why is because the government has given what is known as a out, or as I call it, the government has gave what is known as a severance package for women. That severance package include if your said state has alimony, right, or spousal support, that's a severance package. So you could want to be in the service for a marriage for X amount of years or whatever, right? And you decide to disvalue that business, right? Or you decide to no longer be a part of that business or corporation, or you decide to leave that corporation, right? You're not giving a severance package based on your years of service. That's like being at a job, right? That's why you got 401ks and different things like that. They treat the federal government, treat your marriages the same exact way. That's why they have divorces. That's why they make divorces popular. A matter of fact, that's why divorces cost way more than you actually getting an actual marriage license. And that's facts. That's facts. So traditionally, women have a severance package. They have spousal support or alimony. If you decide within that merger if you decide within that merger that you end up having employees, right? Guess who your employees are? Your children. If you decide to have employees or your children and stuff, right? Guess what? That is part of the severance package. That is known as child support. Child support is nothing more than a loan through the federal government, through the Office of Attorney General. That is what it is. It's nothing more than a loan. That is why when people pay child support, right, they pay what is known as arrears. Arrears is nothing but an interest rate loan. That's what it is. It occurs when you end up missing a payment. Just like when you miss a payment on a car payment, right? Or you miss your mortgage payment. Same exact concept. You miss that payment, then it creates interest. Guess who's making the profit off of that? Not only the Office Attorney General, but the Federal Reserves as well too is making a profit off of that. That's why it's popular. That's why it's very popular. JW, salute. And salute to everybody who's watching the stream. Once again, this is the Ask Urban Anything show. I'm just giving y'all my whole spiel about this partnership thing and how the way this whole entire thing operate. And now I'm giving y'all the business part of this and the reason why I'm telling y'all that I don't agree with it by using this terminology. All right. But yeah, anyway, they end up getting a profit off of this through one of the Office Attorney General through the Federal Reserve, and it allocates to whatever type of other government entity or sectors that needs the funds. So they're getting paid for that. That's why 80% of divorces comes from women, not men. Because once again, they sell it to women that, hey, if you were to disvalue this business, right, or this business entity, right, you get a severance package, guaranteed. Your severance package, your spousal support, if you end up having employees, they consider your children as employees. Therefore, you could get another additional severance package, which is known as child support. There's another thing known as community property as well too, meaning that whatever type of assets that y'all had gathered throughout your corporation or your business merger, right, you can either get a split half, or depending on the type of money that you want to spend for a divorce attorney, right, you can either get half, or you could get 60%, 80%, 100%, depending on that type of attorney that you get, the one to pay for their services. And that's how the way It is ran. So once again, that is the reason why I'm telling y'all that when you have that mindset thinking that I'm looking for a partner, you're already setting your relationship up for failure right then and there. Just solely with that mentality. That's why, just like I stated earlier, and I'm going to reiterate again, why not go back to the traditional values of getting into a relationship because you just care about that person, because you love that person and you want to spend the rest of your life with that person. You're infatuated with that person. You love everything about that person. Not because of what benefits you get out of that person, like a business. Why not go into that simple concept of loving that person just because you do? Same as that concept of us loving our children because we just do. We love our children because we do. Every last one of us who have children or who want children, you know what I'm saying, we will literally give our life for our children. Say I'm lying. We will literally give our life up for our children for real. We'll sacrifice our life if it depends on it for our children. Why we can't be the same exact way for us as men and women, husband and wife, boyfriend and girlfriend, common law marriage, whatever. Why we can't be the same exact way with each other? Reason why is because what they're pushing out there, the agenda they're pushing out there, that they want y'all to be a partnership. They want y'all to think of yourself as partners, so the government can profit off of y'all. So that's my whole entire spiel on that partnership thing and why I cringe every single time I hear people say that. Partnership. Yes, I'm talking about relationships. One of my JW, one of my subscribers, right? Her name is Barbie, right? She wanted me to explain to y'all my reason why I don't agree with people calling each other partners, or when they're going out to look for someone to be in a relationship with, they refer to it as a partner. I'm looking for a partner. My partner had to be this and that and that and that. My partner had to be that and that and that. And I cringe on that every single time because you're not a goddamn partner. If you think of it that way, then your relationship is destined to fail, for real. Kid you not. Because all you're doing is thinking about it as transactional. When your relationship should not be transactional. It should be unconditional, to be quite honest with you. And I believe that we need to get back to that simple value. Now, once again, I did drop the link for y'all, just in case y'all want to have a conversation with me. I'm not dropping this link no more. Y'all going to have to run scroll up. Or if my moderators want to, copy and paste it there, by all means, y'all can do that. You know what I'm saying? You're not required to do that, but if you want to do that, by all means, do it, because I ain't dropping it no more. Let's go up. Let me address some of these comments. All right. Lionel said this. He said, "How do you assess a father that wants to take in his child and in his care? The teen tries to off their self 3 times and get mental health, because I keep hearing the child is better with the father, but I have seen the opposite, where the father's utterly breaks the child and keep doing so. Let's see, in the minority, my mom and I were in the minority, my mom and I were partners with a 11-year difference in age. We had to be. That's how I raised my brother and sisters. But see, let me address a couple of this. Let me go back to address the first part of this. Now, the first part of your question: how do you assess a father that wants to take in his child and his care, and the teen tries to off themselves 3 times and get mental health because you keep hearing that the child is better with the father? But however, they're seeing the opposite, where the father's utterly breaks the child and keep doing so and stuff, right? Now, my My response to that is this: it had to deal with the overall dynamics of the relationship between that father and parent. You know what I'm saying? If that father is just as toxic, then that child do not need to be in that environment. Second of all, we need to figure out what is the underlying reasoning that the child wants to unalive themselves. But we have to figure that concept out too. Why they want to do that? What's the disconnect there? Why is deleting yourself is the final option that you want to do? Now, not through them particular situation. I do recommend seeking a psychologist or something like that, or maybe a family psychologist or a child psychologist, anything like that, a teen psychologist, to see where's the disconnect happening, because it is some type of to me, that's based on what you're telling me, there's some type of traumatic experience that is happening. I don't know what it is because you didn't give me details about what it is, but I know it's some type of toxic, traumatic experience that's happening with that child, for that child to want to unalive themselves. And on top of that, there's a toxic element behind that too with the father. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't even recommend the one father being a part of that neither. You know what I'm saying? To be honest with you, in these situations, if that teen don't have no other option, like be with any other type of relative and stuff, right? This is a situation where I would literally say that, hey, maybe that teen need to emancipate themselves. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah,
Oh
but
wow.
that is based on
Hey,
something simple. Hey, Joy, how you doing? Salute. Welcome to the live.
thank you. Hello, everyone.
So how you been doing, Joy? I've been seeing you over there cooking and doing your thing.
I've been chilling. I've been okay. You know, just living. You know what I'm saying? Trying to, just be cool.
So I heard that. I heard that. There ain't nothing wrong with that at all. Shoot.
Yeah. So there's a
Hmm.
child. This is a teenager. It's what you was just talking about, and I didn't really get the gist of it. But
Hmm.
is there a problem with the okay? There's a problem with the teen trying to do itself 3 times,
Hmm.
and is it the father that's causing this to happen, or I didn't really understand, or is it the father wanting to get the child, but the child does not want to go with the father? Is that
Well,
what?
based on what Lionel is saying, what Lionel is saying, right? He's saying that the child, first of all, the father wants to take the child in, but however, the teenage child has attempted to unalive himself 3 times. But also, he stated that the father is not a good fit for the teenager.
Okay.
Now let me scroll down and see if he gave any more details about this situation. Let
That
me
because I
see.
was going to ask who said the father wasn't a good fit. I mean, did the authorities say that, or is it like the family that's saying that? And what about the father? Why wouldn't he be a good fit? Is it something that he's doing, his character, his lifestyle,
Hmm.
something like that? It's the father that's causing this.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
So
So he said this. He said the teen was feeling less of themselves because of the father, despite of going to see a psychologist.
feeling less of himself.
Hmm.
Okay, so it's the father causing this. I see. Okay,
You
so
you
well that
you
mm,
you 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 know what, Joy? When Lionel used the term "less of themselves," maybe there's an element here too that the child was either trying to be either part of the LGBT LGBTQ community. You know what I'm saying? It may be
Oh, so the
it
child.
may be an element there. I'm just speculating, but normally
Okay.
when I hear terms like that, you know what I'm saying, where there's an acceptance issue. In most cases, it deals with deal with the teen trying to do something that well, certain type of lifestyle that the father don't agree with. You know,
Okay.
like
Okay. I get.
LGBT or something like that. Now, I'm not saying that that's the case unless Lionel could verify that.
Right. Okay. No, not that they are straight. Just everything that they did was wrong.
Okay.
Everything that they did was wrong. So the teen is acting out. I imagine,
Mm-hmm.
and he cannot or refuse to be corrected, and so
Mm-hmm.
uh it seems like they okay, send him to a therapist because they can't, he's out of control, or they can't control him, and then he will strike out as far as trying to unalive himself, and they may probably just think he just wants some attention, or
Mm-hmm.
he wants to get out of being corrected for things that he's doing wrong. So
Mm-hmm.
this is
Yeah, it's a lot of factors in play, especially when you don't know the full scale of the story. You know, you only
right,
know what's been told to you.
right.
He did say all three therapists and the psychologist said that the teen do need to cut the father out. So it just like I stated in that particular case, if it is the father and the teen no longer has no type of family to stay with, where if it's a mother, a aunt, a uncle, cousin, someone, right, to stay
Mhm.
with. In that particular case, I'll say that the teen need to exercise their right to be emancipated.
Okay, but if he emancipates himself, where do he go from there? Can he take care of himself? Can he
Yeah,
do?
that's
Can
a
he have a job, or
that,
you
that's a
know?
that's a good question, and that's something that the one course need to determine if that team is competent enough to take care of themselves to sustain themselves.
Right. So because if it's gonna go that route, then he needs to be introduced. He needs to be in some kind of program where they will, guide him through that kind of situation. Or if
Hmm.
he's gonna be doing that, he's gonna need to be in some kind of program. He's gonna have to, go through different type of programs, in order to emancipate himself, because he's got to work, he's got to have housing, he gets
Hmm.
to, have all these things. And plus he's gonna need therapy since he's constantly want to unalive himself. So that's a whole lot of
True.
different issues, that he's gonna have if he went that route. Now, if it is the father that's causing these things, maybe the father needs therapy as well, and
I
they can
agree.
do therapy together. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? Separately, the father has his own therapist separately, and then they do another therapy where they do it together, where they can converse with each other. You know what I'm saying? So because there's like a push and pull kind of thing, seem like going on. So they
Hmm.
have to have some therapy. The father needs therapy because he's not trying to understand what this child needs or wants from him.
Hmm.
He's not giving it evidently. And the child needs therapy so that he can understand that you're the child, this is the father. Some things you can be corrected on, or things like that. And then they both need therapy together so that they can discuss things out and fill each other out. And then I would say, if nothing else happens where they cannot come to some kind of agreement, then the child can go on as far as emancipation if he don't
Yeah.
have any other family.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Everything that you said. Yeah. Facts. Facts. You said everything perfectly of what I would say. Joy, you been watching me a little bit too long. I'm starting to rub off on you.
I just love to watch you. When I can catch you, I catch
Hmm.
you. Yeah.
But yeah, I agree with that. Now, Lionel, he's saying this. He keep hearing that other people keep saying that the teenager is better off being with the father. I'm trying to figure out why they're saying that. Are they saying that because of traditionally that the child would be better with the father? They're saying it traditionally, or I don't know. That's kind of weird for people to.
Well, I see what he's saying. He said that in his opinion, he's just saying as far as what he's witnessed or observed, he's
Hmm.
thinking it is differently. So, but you know, so I mean, well, so whatever he's observing from the father,
Yeah.
and his opinion is the father is not fit, not a better fit, to raise
Hmm.
the child. So we don't
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and we both agree with Lionel on that. That yeah, due to the circumstances that being presented, yeah, absolutely, the father is so far not a great fit for that teenager because that teenager has attempted to unalive themselves several times.
yeah.
There's a lot of toxic elements that's happening as well too. Yeah, and then
Okay, so yeah,
and then Lionel, he's saying that he leaves things out on purpose. That's fine. You don't have
yeah.
to go into extremes about it. You know what I'm saying? We don't want any
Okay,
and all
so
that.
what Lionel said he's close to the situation, so he has observed something. He
Hmm.
has observed things. So I feel like if he's close to the person, because a lot of times family or friends they'll say these things, oh, he should be with the father, and they're not really knowing the situation, what's happening on the inside. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? And so then and a lot of times family are saying because they don't want to be bothered with the child themselves. You know what I'm saying?
True.
They don't want to have to step up and say, okay, well, I'll do it or whatever, because a lot of people don't want to be bothered with teenagers, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Especially if they have some kind of psychological problems, just behavioral problems, period. So they'll just put it on off, okay, just let them stay with the father, blah, blah, blah.
Hmm.
So, but
Yeah.
there's other concerns from Lionel that he's saying, "Hey, look, I'm close to this. No, it's not a good. He's unfit to be a father, and he's not a good leader. So, yeah, and you need those kind of things in raising children, you know.
Hmm. Yeah.
So, yeah. So
Uh, and that
that's
and that salute, welcome to the stream. Today this is the Ask Urban Anything live where you can ask me any questions, or if you want to come on the panel and have a conversation with me, you can. So it's an open conversation. Right now we just addressing the conversation that Lionel has presented in the chat. You probably got to scroll up a little bit to see the beginning of the conversation. Now, Joy, let me ask you this question too. What if the courts determined that emancipation isn't a good fit for this teenager, but however they determined that this teenager need to be part of the foster care system? How you feel about that?
okay. Well, you know what? If and that's why there's programs that's needed. That's the very reason why I was talking about these other programs if he went that route, because that's exactly what would happen if
Hmm.
he's like not if he wants emancipation. You know what I'm saying? He's gonna and he don't have the skills at the time to be able to take care of himself. He don't have housing and everything. Then he needs to go through that process. He's gonna need programs, he's gonna need therapy, he's gonna need all that. And while that is taking place, while he's doing that, he could very well be in foster care.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
And
And if he's 18 or older, he's gonna be on his own and could be homeless.
yeah, yeah, facts. I
You
agree.
know?
I agree. And here's another one factor that we need to come into play. You just mentioned it is about the age. Now, it really determines on the age if they want a child is able to be out there on his own. You know what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
normally the average age for a child to actually work is starting at 14, depending on your state. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? 14 years old. Then even then, the child won't be able to work a full-time job because it will be illegal for them to work full-time. It have to
Exactly.
be part-time. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. It is. See, it is like man. It is like if the child doesn't have anyone else that they trust to be with emancipation is going to be grueling. Is a big thing. It's and then and then I mean, like a child is a child. Like there's certain decisions they just can't make on their own. They're gonna need some kind of guidance. So if they don't have like the programs, big sister, big brother programs like that, and you
Mm-hmm.
know, uh, and then they, like you said, it all depends on the state. You know what I'm saying? And then that's why I said more than likely when it go through emancipation, things like that, he's going to end up in a foster care system.
Yeah.
Period. Or like they, depending on what age he is, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
he's going to be in that system. But sometimes if it's a good program, if it's it all depends on the state's situation and their
Mm-hmm.
DCFFs, DCS. Well, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, yeah, I know what
Uh,
you're on. See,
yeah,
that's why my first selection was for the child to be emancipated because I know the foster care system, no matter what state you're in, the foster care system is horrible. It is so horrible. They need to reprimand that foster care system. They need to reprimand. They need to recreate. They need to do something with that foster
yeah,
care
they
system
need
because
to
it's so horrible.
redo it. It's
Mm-hmm.
reform. It needs reforming for real.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Mm, yeah.
Absolutely.
I wish y'all could have talked to my mom in the 90s. Like,
Yeah. Miss Annette, she do have a question in the chat. Miss Annette, she says this. I would like to know if the woman, I would like to know if the woman wants a divorce. Why does it appear that the woman automatically gets custody of the children, yet the father pays child support? Um, well, go ahead, Joy. Give your point of view about that, and I'll give you mine.
okay. Well, the woman is usually like okay. I would think that the woman is the first parent. Okay, because the child is born from the mother. The father
Mm-hmm.
is usually out of the house working or whatever. So if the woman, I mean, like, it don't necessarily have to happen like that, because the father can fight for dual, equal, equal. If he takes care of the children, what am I trying to say? The
Join,
equal
yeah,
custody,
joint
dual
managing,
custody.
yeah, joint managing conservatorship is what they call it.
Yeah, so then he don't have to pay. Only time he will pay child support is when the children are with her.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when the children are with him, she doesn't get that check because he has the children. So
Mm-hmm.
it's in a lot of cases, men they split up the kids, they split up the time, the custody with the kids, and so when the children are with her, and it all depends on who has the most money. What
Mm-hmm.
kind of situation it is? Because mothers pay child support too.
Mm-hmm.
So
True.
so it all depends. But the father can fight for dual. They can, he can fight for custody as well. They have equal custody, and if he's paying child support, then he will only pay child support when she has the kids,
Mm-hmm.
because the child support is just like alimony and all of that. So it all depends on who has the most money, who has the bigger income of how, because some women pay child support too, even when, and that's why women mostly, like women that's the breadwinner, and
Mm-hmm.
and the man acts wants the divorce, and they have kids together, and so the woman would ask for full custody because she don't want to pay him child support. You know
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying? If he has the kids. So it could be a two-way street. It all depends on how they approach the situation.
Yeah. Yeah. See, my point of view about this. First of all, we have to go back into the 80s and the 90s, right? Back in that time, there was like a high level of divorces that was happening and stuff, right? Or a matter of fact, there was a high level of women becoming single mothers. And so it forced the women during that time, during the 80s and 90s and probably early 2000s, right, to go on what was known as welfare. You know what I'm saying? So the government wanted to figure something out to try to allocate this. You know what I'm saying? So what they end up doing, they end up reforming the whole the whole
Welfare
divorce
system.
thing, yeah, the whole welfare system to where it go towards, marriage and divorce and different things like that. All right. So that's to make a long story short. The reason why women was winning the way that they was during that time and kind of partially this time too is because of feminism. Because through feminism, right? Through feminism end up setting certain type of unrealistic expectations within their laws and policy, where it made the man virtually impossible to win in custody cases.
Really? Okay.
So look, but here's the thing about it. It ended up changing though. Through this one of the things that I actually agree with when Obama was in presidency and stuff, right? When Obama was in presidency, right, they ended up changing that policy of the Office of Attorney General. You know what I'm saying? Where the man actually had a fighting chance to win custody, but it had to do to certain type of situations that had to happen. First of all, let's be quite honest. The reason why a lot of men didn't win them custody cases is because they never fought for them. They never fought.
Yeah.
They just allowed the woman to take the car, take the house, take the kids, because in our mindset, we think, well, I'm a man. I could just start over and do it all over again anyway. And that's the mindset. That's the mentality. And so you go through that mentality, so you don't even fight. And so the dude don't even show up to court. The attorney end up getting the maximum thing possible out of that dude, which here's another thing too. What get men caught up with child support is this. Do you know, well, I'm pretty sure you know this, Joy, but a woman can go back almost 90 days of back child support if she wanted to, if she choose to do that. When it's coming to the one finalization of that particular child support case. So that dude don't even know that woman can do that, but the attorney knows that, and the attorney
they could go back farther than that. They could go back. Now they can go back from the time the child was born. And if you're not paying child support, if you're not married, this is like my sons. When they have, they're not married. If they're not married to her and everything, I employ them. I employ them to start making payments through the courts. Let the courts know you're paying child support. Because if they can be paying, and if something happens, they go through this thing, they will have to start from that child was born. Even though they have been, taking care of the child and everything, giving the mom's money and for the kid and everything, and sharing responsibilities for that kid. If that woman takes them to child support, say that child is like 5 years old, about 5 now, and he's been taking care of that child since it was born, doing everything, even more than the parent, even more than the mother, even having a child more than the mother. If the mother takes him to child support and she wins, they're gonna go start back from when the child was born, and so that'll be the whole back pay. And I know this from experience.
Exactly, and they in the rich now. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
no matter what, they paying the actual accrual amount that you have to pay for child support, and on top of that, they paying additional arrearage as well too. So,
Right.
but this goes all the way back to what I was saying earlier about the dude not even trying to fight for it to begin in the first place, not even going to court. Because if you don't go to court, then of course that's what they're gonna do to you. The next thing you know, this dude he ended up getting a job, and let's say he get his paycheck, and they just took over 80% of his paycheck, and now he's feeling some type of way, all because he never went back and tried to want to fight for his children, or
Yeah,
at least
well,
the bare minimum get
see,
joint manager conservatorship.
well, see, I want to touch back on something that you had said about, the reason why the mother always get the children. I have a different take on that, and you said feminism. I
Mm-hmm.
think that back at that time, it was who's spending the most time with the child, who's actually raising the child, because the father is mostly gone. He's working, so he's not that much part. He's a part of it when he's home, but the mother
Mm-hmm.
is there the whole time. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I believe the women would win this fight, because men have to go through a whole lot of things. How much, where you work at, how many hours of the week you work, and this and that. Well, who's gonna take care of the child while you at work? Who's gonna be the caretaker? Things like that. Because if the man is working, his time is minimal as far as being with that child. So the
Mm-hmm.
mother, if she's not working and she's the caretaker full time, that is where I don't think it has anything to do with feminism, because if the woman was working and the man was a stay-at-home dad, he could easily get full custody. You know what I'm saying? Because if the woman, I mean, it will go either way. I don't think it really has anything to do with feminism. I
Mm-hmm.
think that what it is the time, who's actually going to be with that kid, who's doing that 24/7 kind of, raising that child. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's the problem. That was the issue with a lot of men. And then I say, well, Lionel said he had made a comment would say they still lost. Well, then they didn't present, or the court didn't think that he had enough time in his days, or he was not fit enough to be there to actually raise that child, or maybe it was something in his background that prevented him from winning. So,
or or
because
he
they
or
look
he
at
didn't
all
fight it out. Let
right.
let me I'm gonna share this I'm gonna share this with y'all, those of y'all who are watching right now. Through my first marriage, right? My first marriage, I went through a divorce. We had a custody battle with our children. Okay, the first 2 or 3 rounds of our custody battle, right? I ended up on hiring an attorney. That attorney was full of bullshit for real. I don't know what it was about this attorney, but this attorney did not want to fight for what I deserve.
Hmm.
He didn't want to do a prayer. I don't know what it was, but it was just so weird. It was so weird that attorney would side with the defendant. You know what I'm saying? In situations like that. But that's how the way it be sometimes, is that they all be working together, because they know at the end of the day they could get money off of this. You know what I'm saying? And at the end of the day, guess who's suffering? The children. But they always say, allegedly, we want to do things in the best interest for the children, right? So
Hmm.
when I seen that things wasn't working the way that I had the expectation of it to work right, guess what I did? I fired my attorney. I did. I literally fired. He got mad. I fired that dude. I absolutely fired that dude. Gave him his money and fired him.
Hmm.
Guess what I did? I started learning about the family law on my own, and guess what I did? I started representing myself. I went on what do they call it, pro se, or pro
Yeah.
bono, whatever. But I ended up representing myself. People thought I was insane for doing that, but I wasn't. But in family law cases, especially in the state that I'm in, right, you can represent yourself because they consider it as civil. Okay,
Hmm.
so you could represent yourself in civil cases, and that's what I did. I started learning about the family law. And here's another thing that I want to put people on game on and stuff right that. At your said state and stuff, right? The federal court buildings or whatever, wherever they have these hearings or whatever stuff, right? If you want to go into that building, right? Every building has a library there. That library contains free information about every type of law of the land in the United States, including family law. That's what I did. I went up there, went up to the that library, right, of that court, and pull out books and researching about law, researching, because that's what their attorneys do. They'll go up there to that library, they'll spend time and research or whatever stuff. I did the same exact thing. Researching what was my rights and stuff, you know what I'm saying? Then finally what I did was that I went and did a motion for a petition, you know, over my children and stuff, right? So I went and got the county clerk to write off a motion for me, pay for it and everything, right? Make sure everything was in order, right? Then I went into the hearing and stuff, right? Presented everything in the hearing, according to law, not me just being in my feelings. I want my children because they're my children, blah, blah. No, I dealt with them using law verbatim, fighting them with law verbatim and stuff, right? And guess what ended up happening? I ended up getting a joint manager conservatorship over my children. But the thing about it is that I purposely chose to pay child support, even though I didn't have to do it, but I chose to do that for the simple fact that I wanted my children to see psychologically that I'm supporting them. So that's why I did it. Because other than that, I didn't have to do it, but I chose to do that. Because even now, my children, they're up in age, they're teenagers and stuff now. One of my oldest son, he's a grown man now and stuff, right? But he's seeing that his dad was paying child support. My daughters was seeing their father paying child support. And on top of that, I had my standard visitations and everything with my children because I fought for that. Now, was the fight hard? Hell yeah, it was hard. Did it take a lot of research? Hell yeah, it took a lot of research. Did it took me spending money to do it? Yes, it did. But at the end of the day, I fought for them. And that's the whole point that I'm making about other men out there. Other men is not going to do what I'm going to do because some of these dudes, they be up in their feelings. They be acting like some betas. They don't want to fight for their rights and different things like that. And they allow themselves to be in that situation.
Yeah.
So there are many men out there, even right now, even in the modern day time right now, there are many men who are getting put on game that they could fight for their children. And they go in, they literally win the case.
Mm-hmm. And
So
that's
yeah, it's very possible. You just have to put in the work to do it. Because I'm a witness to that. I did it.
right.
Absolutely.
And that says women are at home and not always playing their role and mentally abusive. Yet the father has to work to support the family, the children not being fed. The father has to come home and feed them. Okay, in that situation, yes, that's not uncommon. But it's up to the father still to say, well, okay, well, I'm tired of this. You know what I'm saying? Either he gonna get a divorce and he'll have all the ammunition against her if he's documenting things.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm saying? Sometimes
Facts, I agree.
now. We got phones now. You can watch her lay up on her butt, film her. You can watch her not cooking. You can watch her, cursing the kids out or whatever. He can film all those things. And when it's time for him to get the divorce, he can get custody. It will be easy because he can say she's unfit. Especially if they're on drugs or something like that.
Or mental illness. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah. He don't have to stay in that situation. But some fathers just like to cook. Some fathers will go to work and they wife or girl or whatever, baby mama probably don't even know how to cook, and he probably don't even want her to cook. He don't want her to feed his kids that slop. So, it all depends on the situation.
Yeah. Yep. I agree. That's why I was stating earlier, Joy, about this transactional thing. When your relationship comes to the point where it's more transactional than anything, that's how these situations end up happening. It becomes toxic.
Yeah.
And then instead of children being, y'all children, becomes my children because now you're thinking about it in terms of property
Mm-hmm.
rather than an actual human being.
Yeah.
hmm But I mean, and then I hope that we address this your initial question to the best of our ability.
Yeah.
It was a really really good question. I appreciate that. It was really really good.
Yeah, it's a good conversation. Yeah.
Alex, salute. The let's see. I'm scrolling down. We already addressed that. Yeah, complete. Blah blah blah. Women are home and not always paying. Women are home and not always playing their role and mentally abusive. Yet the father has to work and support the family. Children not being fed because father comes home and cook. Things stay home. Parents responsibility too. See, and that's comment is based on the modern day family. And I know that your response, Joy, was dealing with traditional family, you know what I'm saying, where the husband is out there working and normally the wife will be either stay at home or, you know, she's being a nurturer and she's not really working. And if she does choose to work, it probably be like a little part-time job or whatever, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But that's what they doing. That's what they dealing with in the modern day culture right now, where two parents are working, and so that parent that's working right, like the one woman that's on working right now, and all of a sudden she decide that she want to get a divorce and stuff, right, and want to leave, and for whatever case may be, maybe she'd have found her a work boo or whatever case may be. And that's another thing that causes divorces too, is when women do go and work, they end up getting them a work boo, or what they call it, a work husband. They end up getting them a work husband and things. And then they end up becoming in love with that dude for real. Tell me, I would leave you for him.
Well, then that's because something she's not getting at home.
I agree.
Something she's not getting at home. And the men do the same thing. Some he ain't getting at home. They're not jiving, they're not vibing with each other at home. So, you know, I mean, like if I feel like this, if two people come together and they say they want to do this, they got vows and all this, you gotta fight. You gotta fight for that you know, that connection. You can't just, you know, like, well, it's whatever. You got to talk. You got to, you know, you got to communicate. Because, you know, if I'm in a relationship and something's kind of funny and the motherfucker changes, like, hey, dude, what's wrong? You know, what do we need to do? You know what I'm saying? Do you want to leave? You know, I mean, like you had in some instances, I don't want no one to be with me, stay with me, and want to be gone. You know what I'm saying? I'm not that pathetic. I don't need you that much. You know what I'm saying? I can do, you know, I can go it alone. You know, I don't want to be with no one that's miserable. Like they're stuck in a relationship with me. Get your butt on, do what you do, and I'll do what I do. I'll be okay. You know, but I don't want to be with no one that's miserable, no angry bird every single day. No, you know what I'm saying? So people need to, like, you got to communicate, whether it's convenient or not. You know what I'm saying? And you know, some people just don't say nothing because, I don't want to hurt their feelings and everything. But yet, you out there cheating like a maniac. Just get away because that's going to hurt even more, you know, because she'd find out, you know?
I also agree with that too, because that's me personally as a man. If I feel like that I have to go out there and find another woman, right? I'm not gonna cheat. I'm just gonna break up with the person who I'm with and just be done with it. Because to be honest with you, that takes way too much work to separate, be sneaky every single day. That's too much. That is way too much. It's very stressful, and I don't want to deal with all that. I just rather just be broken up and
Yeah,
be done with it and let me do what I want to do. You know what I'm saying? Um,
yeah. And
so, so
and whether the other person is upset or not, but they will get over it. You know, because
hmm
they might feel a sense, and after a while, they may be like, okay, damn, shit, I wasn't all that damn happy either. So you know what
hmm
I'm saying? It may just work out, and both people can become friends.
So shout out to everyone who are tuning into the stream right now. This is the Ask Irby Anything show where you can ask me any questions either in the chat or if you want to go ahead and hit the link and you want to engage with me in a conversation, by all means, you're welcome to do that. The link is somewhere up there in the chat. Just like I said, I don't feel like posting it no more. Scroll up and find it. But
Yeah,
yeah. So Lionel, he said this, and I find it interesting. He said that his mom was a middle school dropout, and I watched her fight for 4 years to get custody of him and his brother. That was a battle. Why would I tell anyone to go through all that? Now, here's my rebuttal on that, Lionel. The reason why is because what I stated earlier. The reason why is because if you love someone, you will love them because of who they are, what it is. If you love someone, you will fight to protect that person. It don't matter how long it's going to take or the process behind it or whatever the case may be. If you love the person, you're going to literally give your life for that person for real.
Mm-hmm.
That's no different from a parent with their children. They're going to fight for their children. If they truly love their children, they're going to fight for them. And that's the overall point the overall takeaway that I want y'all to understand is that if men or women right, if they fight for their children, then that shows them that they care and love their children like they say they do. If they just willfully just let things happen, then to me, you don't love them to begin with in the first place. You absolutely don't deserve them, and you deserve everything that's coming to you. And that is facts to me.
I would say, I would say this. If for the most part, most women, we born these human beings. We are the mothers of mothers. We are the mothers of the world. We born, and what comes out of your body, and me being a mother and a grandmother and a great grandmother. Listen, if in any case something happened, I'm coming for my children. But first, whatever reasons why my children was taken, I'm gonna get that job done. I'm gonna fix myself so that I am able to care for my children. And I know this from experience because it has happened to me. But I fought like hell. I got myself together and I got my damn children back. And that's a fight work, because when my children was away, that was like my heart was gone. My heart was gone. A piece of me was gone. So, going through it, yeah, I went through it too, but I got my babies back. And that was so much, that was an accomplishment. If I never accomplished anything else in my life, getting those children back, getting your love back, getting your heart back, that is an accomplishment. That is God's love. You know what I'm saying? But it takes work. It takes work. It all depends on your situation. It's gonna take some work, and I fought that system. And I did everything that I needed to do so to be fit. So when I went up to that judge, I was fit. I'm ready, baby. Give me my check. That's mine.
Yep.
So
Yeah, you was ready to take it on. Now, that's another one key takeaway, even with your situation, is, and this kind of similar to mine, is that you prepared yourself for that battle.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Let's imagine if you had went up to the judge, right, and you was unprepared, you just sitting up here just being all up in your feelings or whatever. Guess what? They're gonna say, hell no, they're not. Same thing with me. If I had carried with just my feelings instead of using logic and reasoning and using the actual courts and the law against the courts to win my battle. Guess what? I would never have got my children to begin with. They're like, hell no. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I mean, but if you want love your kids, you want your kids. Now,
Mm-hmm.
I can see if you're not gonna correct yourself. I can see if you're not gonna put time in to
Sour
get yourself
Patch.
together, then
Mm-hmm.
you don't deserve it. You don't deserve your children because you got to fix you first. Because why was your children gone in the first place? Because you wasn't done. You wasn't fixed. Something went wrong with you. What made you unfit to take care of
Mm-hmm.
some children, and somebody else cared enough to say, hey, you and oh my God, it takes a village to raise children. It takes a village because somebody gonna see your way, see you ain't something you not doing, even if it's just neglect. That is harmful to a child too. You don't have to be
Mm-hmm.
beating up your kid. You don't have to be doing like physical harm. It can just be neglect, you know, because you doing
Mm-hmm.
something else, you neglecting your children. They okay, but you know that neglect is there and some things are not being done that should be done. But
Yeah.
if you don't correct yourself, you're not deserving of those children. So I can see where you wouldn't go through that fight because
Mm.
you not even trying to fight to correct your own self. So
And that's
how you gonna fight for your children and take care of them?
and that's a big fact. So let me also share this with you too, Jordan, and everybody in the chat. There was a point of time when I was going through this process, right, where I literally did felt so defeated. I felt so broken. The reason why is because during that time, I ain't gonna lie, during that time, I was that beta male type of dude where I was all up in my feelings and emotions and stuff, right? I'm trying to figure out why all this was happening. I felt that I was the victim instead of taking accountability for, you know what I'm saying, my role and all of this, you know what I'm saying, and stuff. So I felt broken. I felt defeated there, ended up trickling down to where, you know, it came upon a time where, you know, I neglected my children, you know what I'm saying? But I realized that when I did that, it started to hurt them more because just like I say, children they look at their parents, they look at both the mother and the father, they see everybody role in the whole situation, they observe him. The moment when they start observing, seeing their father, first they see their father strong, you know, a strong man and stuff like that. Then all of a sudden he's broken, and they're like he don't have no fight left in them and stuff. It make them feel some type of way. It make them feel defeated. It make them feel like in their mind, they feel like, why is Daddy not fighting for me anymore? That's what's going on in their mind. And when I understood that, that's that simple concept, right? That's when something awoken in me. Like, hey, the problem isn't the situation. The problem is me. I
Yeah.
need to go back and deal with me. In order for me to be that Superman for my children, I have to go back and deal with me first. I need to deal with me because we could be our own worst enemy. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So I had to deal with myself. So I had to go through, which people I just share this all the time on this channel about me unlearning and relearning all over again on myself. You know what I'm saying? I have to reinvent myself. So that's what I did. I went through a process of literally reinventing myself for real, really discovering who I really am. I discovered my strengths, I discovered my weaknesses, and I dealt with that, and I accepted all that. I accepted for my failures. I took accountability for that. I understood that certain situations I cannot change. It just is what it is. I understood. I started understanding that. Once when I started understanding all that, you know what I'm saying, that's when I became this new person and I was able to go and start fighting for them the way that they need for me to fight for them.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you can't do that with that mindset, like you're saying, that neglect there. You all up in your feelings and different things like that.
Yeah. I was reading some, and that says some women use kids as pawns because the
That's true.
relationship
That's
broke down.
true.
Yeah, well,
I
you
agree.
know, that is, I mean, that is so common. men do it too. You know, they take the children, and the children is in the midst of their
Von,
broken
salute.
relationship. This is why I'm gonna go back to what I was saying about I don't want nobody to be with me that's miserable. You know,
Mm-hmm.
because if you have kids together, all that grievances and all that between those parents, those kids feel all of that. They see it all, and don't make them happy, you know, and then they start to act out. They start to get terrible behaviors. So
Facts.
you know what I'm saying. So it's if you know, you know what, I don't condone that either. You know, that makes me sick because I've seen it so much of people that I know, and they use the kids. You know, the kids ain't got nothing to do with your broken relationship. You know, if because if I don't know, but it's not good for the kids. Just go ahead and
Yeah.
separate, get your divorce, and then
Mm-hmm.
y'all share that genuine time with your children apart from each other. Just you and the
Yeah.
kids. You know what I'm saying? And so a lot of things. Hey, sweet. Hey, Vaughn. Hey, Annette. A lot of things. I mean, you'd be surprised how much better your children would come up. How much
Mm-hmm.
how they will understand. Okay, they're not together anymore, but we're happy now because they're happy. If they're happy being apart, and we can still share their love. You know what I'm saying? That's the kids. That's what they want. You know, that's
Mm-hmm.
what they want. They rather have that than being in a situation where the parents are using them to get back at each other. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
Mm-hmm.
it's just crazy.
Yeah, facts. I agree.
Cooking with JW's on the panel. But
Cooking with JW's on the panel. Once
hey,
again,
Al,
salute to everyone who's tuned into the stream right now. Tonight is the Ask Arabic Anything night, where you can either ask a question in the chat, or if you want to have a conversation with me, by all means, you want to come up and have a conversation with me. The link is way up there, down up to yonder somewhere. Like I say, I don't feel like keep constantly throwing the link down there.
putting it
Now,
down.
if my moderators want to do it, by all means, y'all can search for the link up that stream y'all link up there and post it in the chat if y'all want to do it. I'm not requiring y'all to do that, but if that's what y'all want to do, by all means, do it. You know what I'm saying? Because we don't run no dictatorship over here.
It's all love. The combo.
It's all we all chilling up here. Let's see.
Vaughn
I
said, "What's
think.
with the new glasses?" He
Oh
be having
yeah,
some
I have.
glasses on.
Actually, I have different ones, man. I have different glasses.
Are
These.
all of them prescriptions?
Yeah, all of them are.
Shit, that's a lot of money, Holmes.
So when you have that vision insurance, shoe.
Yeah, man, because
Cause I got really good vision insurance, so yeah.
yeah, that's one thing I have to really buck up on so I can have me because I lose mine all the time. So I end up buying like those foster grants, just the reading for the reading part. But my prescriptions I need, I gotta get those just to see.
hmm
But my prescriptions I only wear when I'm reading, when I have to read something.
hmm
So yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, he be rocking them. Man, I'm gonna
Yep.
have to grow up and be like you, cause I want me some rocking
Yeah.
glasses
Yeah.
prescription.
Yeah. Yeah, I got different ones. I got like about 3 or 4 different glasses that I wear. It was interesting that Vance acknowledged my glasses. You know what I'm saying? That means Vance be paying attention to me.
Paying attention. I've been paying attention to that eyewear too.
hmm
I just say no because I was kind of jealous and stuff, like damn.
Oh, so you sit up here and hate it? Oh
Yeah, I
Lord
was hating.
Jesus,
I was hating.
hate it like ain't nothing.
I was hating. I started calling my my optometrist like, dude, I need
Yeah,
some
yeah.
more.
What's up? What's going on?
Yeah, I need some more. I need some more banging eyewear. Shit.
hmm Oh, Annette, she asked this question. She said that she said, how do the family survive if a parent does not work to support the family? I think that's a very valid question.
How do the family survive if a parent does not work to support the family? Well,
Mm-hmm.
there's a lot of families out there that survive, and they may be on welfare, or they may
Yep,
be in
big
certain
one.
program, Catholic charities,
Mm-hmm.
different things like that. You know what I'm saying? People today, like it's not like back in the day. You ain't got nothing. You just don't have nothing. And whatever you get from the welfare back then, because it wasn't a whole lot of programs like they have now. To help families in need. Because you got programs now that'll help you get a job.
Mm-hmm.
Because see, now it's all about opportunity. So now it's not like back then where you just get that little welfare check and you try to survive on that to the next month. And there was no programs, not many, you know what I'm saying, that was where, to help you get on your feet. Nowadays, it shouldn't be nobody not surviving, period.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so many programs out there. If you apply yourself, you know what I'm saying, you can get on your feet, but you got to get off your butt and get to it. It's plenty of nonprofit programs out there, Catholic charities. You got a lot of different programs now. So you can survive if you get off your butt, get off that couch, get off that
Mm-hmm.
phone complaining and calling all your grievances and shit, and go to work, and get the job done.
Yeah. Yeah. Facts.
Uh,
Facts. I agree. I agree. I have no rebuttal on that.
yeah,
I don't.
because you know, uh,
Yeah.
Sweet
That.
Rita, she's currently losing her grandmother. I'm sorry. I'm
Oh
sorry.
man.
Condolences, Sweet.
Yeah. Condolences. Yep. Yeah. South Pass. Keep me updated with that. All right. Yeah. Keep me updated. You can hit me up too.
Yes. My
This Lionel, let's see, he said he not neglecting what we're saying, but if men are more logical, it makes no logical sense to fight. Now, to be honest with you, that boils down once again with that man and what he deem as valuable to him. If he don't deem his children as valuable, then yeah, it will make no logical sense for him to want to fight. That by all means you don't need to fight because they're not of value at all, period. But if you do view something as valuable, then yeah, you're gonna fight it. That's part of our duties as men to be that protector.
mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So your fight for what you value, you know.
Mm. And so this losing fight. Okay, let's be honest. Let's really get honest. Most of the time, when these custody battles happen, it's because either the man don't want to pay child support, and the woman don't want to pay child support, or the woman don't want to pay him child support. Because a lot of times it's not even about the children. It's about they ass and their grievances towards each other. They
Mm-hmm.
don't want to give, just being honorary, not trying to come together and build whatever it is necessary for the children. So this fight goes on. So we got to be honest about that. You know what I'm saying? Because a man that's working, you know what I'm saying? The only reason I mean, like, if it's a real problem with the mother of the children, that's different. I can see that fight. But for the
Mm-hmm.
most part, most of those fights because he don't want to pay alimony, he don't want to pay child support, he don't, he just don't like her ass. You know what I'm saying? And he don't want to pay her money and she laying there with some dude that ain't working. So it's a lot of situations, but most of them are not about trying to get custody for the sake of getting custody of your children. The other parent has to be so unfit. If a parent is so unfit, then that fight is well worth it to get your children away from that person. Not
Mm-hmm.
because you don't want to pay that person child support, not because you jealous because she with another man and you don't want to give her no alimony because she having a ball with it with another person.
Mm-hmm.
People be having these fights, and then their children are in the center of all this crap.
Yep.
So I mean, like, if a man wants his kids and the other parent is totally unfit, you fight for that child. You know what I'm saying? But if a man's not going to fight, it's because maybe he just don't have a chance because he may not be as fit as the partner.
Mm-hmm.
It could be just scrapping for no reason. The children is in the middle of their stuff.
Yep. Lionel, salute. So turn that camera off, man. I don't even got you on the screen anyway. I don't know why you got your camera on. Goofball.
So I'm not trolling you.
It didn't matter anyway, cause I don't even got you on the screen. I don't occur. No, salute,
Well,
man. How work
he
going with
know
you?
he know what my avatar's always gonna be some food. So to speak.
Hey, Lionel, you working today?
No, I'm
Tonight?
off work today.
Okay, yeah. Salute to Lionel being off of work today, man.
All
Salute.
right.
I'm waiting on this controversial topic that you think ready to talk about, Lionel. So go ahead. You have the flow, bro.
I was listening for a second, and I wanted to bring up how it sounds wrong when I say it, but I've already had the conversation with her. And I talk about, I'm listening to y'all, and y'all are talking about if you love, you fight. And I watch my mom fight a battle that she should have lost because in my foster care system, I was actually with a family that superseded anything she could have accomplished. And I was spoiled for 3.5 years. I was spoiled. We had 2 houses. I had 5 rooms to myself. I got any toy I wanted, any food I wanted, could do whatever I wanted. Was in good schools, everything. She couldn't hold a candle to what I got put into. But she fought, and she fought to get me back. And my brother, he was elsewhere.
So you
I don't think
saying so you're saying that she shouldn't have won? That's what you
no,
saying?
I'm saying she should not have won that situation.
She shouldn't have not won.
Yet she should have
Okay, and
lost by every metric.
that was because you wanted to stay in the situation that you was in, that you felt was much better than being with her.
Oh, it's not about how I felt logically. It was better.
Okay.
Better school, better environment. Parents had the money, the resources. They cared for me like I was their son.
Okay. Well, maybe. Well, I don't want to say that, but uh, maybe at that time they didn't want to adopt you, or maybe they fought to adopt you, but
Oh, they
the
oh
mother.
they did. I was already adopted. They essentially tricked her with the paperwork and made sure it was an adoption, and she got restraining orders and everything. They got restraining orders and everything against her.
Well, how did she get you back if you was already adopted?
That's what I'm telling you. She should not have won that battle.
Wow. Okay.
But she fought tooth and nail. She did everything pop. That's why I made the comment earlier about everything I saw my mom go through for 4 years, from being in the newspapers, from being on talk shows, from literally having the church tell her, we're going to make sure you don't get your kids back, from going through them and somehow being able to get her kids back.
Okay, but you said that the other parents tricked her into an adoption, so it was
Yeah.
a legal adoption. Well, then that's why she got her kids back.
Oh, no, nope. That didn't play a part in it. Both sides told me already. Like that didn't play a part in it.
Okay.
She was an idiot. That was the thing. Remember, she was an 11-year-old who had a child. By the time this happened, she was 15, 16. She was an idiot.
Oh wow. Oh wow. Okay.
I call it like it is.
Okay. So she's a she was a child mother.
Yes.
Okay. Oh, okay. It could have been the circumstances of everything, of her being so young and knowing that her children and knowing where they were. And it could have been that, why she was able to get her children back. Because, she's a child. And so she decided she wanted to raise her own children. And so maybe the courts took that in consideration and decided, well, give her a chance to take care of children. Uh, it could have been a lot of things like that, and the courts had sympathy for her, giving her a chance to raise her own children. Maybe they felt like her children was unfairly taken away from her, you know. So,
So Lionel, what was the official ruling?
Oh, she had to complete a series of conditions to show that she was fit to be a parent in order to be able to get us back. But she did
Hmm.
get us back officially.
Okay,
okay,
so
yeah, that's that process. You have to go through a process. That's what I
mm,
said. They sent her maid to go through that process, and she had to show the course that she was fit to take care of children, especially since she had her children very young. So she actually had to grow up into a process, to have, to be fit, have her head together, mentally, physically able to work, and able to maintain raising children. So, and I guess she met that criteria, and she was awarded her children. But I'm sure you had people watching, what I'm saying, that those programs, they watched over her, because when you go through a process like that, the one minor mistake and it's over. So they basically gave her a chance to, she had to prove it. She had to prove that she could do that and everything. So yeah, so I can see it probably happening, because of the situation that she was so young at the time.
Oh, I added more to the stress. I was a child. I made sure to let her know I know you don't love me. I know you hate me. I made sure to let her know when I had the chance to see her.
Your mother?
Yeah.
Well, why would you think she didn't love you if she
Why
fought
would
for?
I think she did love me if she abandoned me? And again, I'm still a child. I had no idea what she was going through.
Oh,
Plus,
okay.
her whole family was telling me the same thing also. Like I said, she also had the church to go with, and they interceded quite a few times to make sure restraining orders stuck or that she couldn't see get any access to me. The
Okay,
only
but she
time the
was
foster,
11 years old. You
huh?
said that she had her first child. Had
No,
you
no,
at
I'm saying she had me at 11. She had my brother when he was 15, and it was a year after that she lost both of us.
Oh, so you wasn't taken right away after.
No, 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 not right away.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, then she screwed up in somewhere and there after your brother was born. Then so.
Oh
And
no, she didn't screw up. Her family essentially, well, yeah, you could say that. Her family tricked her essentially. Her mom decided to trick her out of her youngest child, and another family member decided to trick her out of her oldest child.
oh wow, okay. Well, that's a whole bunch of family in the business. So if they're doing all this kind of stuff, something is going on. Like, yeah, things will
so
usually happen like that when the family is all in your business. And evidently she was doing something that got their attention, so they was all in the business.
Yeah.
That was the thing. She technically left them. That was the thing because she was kicked out of the house when she was 12. Her
Okay.
mom, grandma, has outright told me she couldn't deal with her. It was too much.
Mm-hmm.
She didn't know what to do, and she felt embarrassed that she had a 11-year-old with a child. So she kicked her out. And because of Ronald Reagan's law back then, she was effectively an emancipated adult.
Yeah. Yep. So at that time, it's more like an illegal one, emancipation, than legal. Here's I want to share this with you, Lionel.
Go for it.
Mrs. Urban, she works with the Office of Attorney General, and she all the time she share with me her different cases that she deal with every single day, and I allow her to do that because she need that type of release because she be dealing with some extreme crazy cases for real. Your
Wow, that,
the case the case that you're talking about, that's like one of the cases that she normally deals with like a lot
hmm
all the time. And so this is her explanation behind that professionally. See what happens is that the uh, the state will allow that parent the opportunity to prove to the courts that she's competent enough to take care of her children. And just like what Joy say, that she'll go through a series of different programs or steps and stuff, right? And if she complete these programs flawlessly, right, then legally they will relinquish the foster care from the children and give it back to the one parent, and that's law. So that's the reason why she ended up winning the case because she did everything possible legally to get it back, even though logically it wasn't the best move to do. But according to her and her feelings in that time, she felt like that she needed to get you and your sibling back. That's what she did, and she ended up winning that. Is it fair? Absolutely not, because like right after that, just like right after that my wife she tells me this. She's like right after that shoe on the parents they'll do real good, maybe like a month or so. Then the next thing you know, they then reverted back to being toxic and abusive towards the children again, and the cycle just started all the way over again. You know what I'm saying? But it's that system fair? No, it's not. Do we agree on the system? Hell no. It's stupid. It's absolutely ridiculous. You know what I'm saying? Because they're like I say, I agree with you. I agree that it'd been better for you for y'all to be in that environment where you had a better chance for survival versus dealing with a toxic, unstable parent. You know what I'm saying? But that's my perspective. Cause yeah, like I say, me and my wife, we be talking about these conversations all the time, all the time. But it may be crazy.
and I do acknowledge, that because I know how I talk and I know exactly how I sound, but I do acknowledge that she had a ton of love for me,
Hmm.
and my brother, and I acknowledge and appreciate everything she did.
Hmm. Yeah, with the limited opportunities that she had, because I'm pretty sure her opportunities were very limited. That due
Yeah.
to her being kicked out, and she had to instantly become a adult and a
An
parent
adult.
who's a
Yeah, I wanted
child.
to ask
you
you,
know.
was she, did how was it when she got you back? Was things smooth sailing? I mean, did like her behavior and everything was she actually taking care of you? Did she have a job? Did you have
Oh, my mom was definitely not. Our environment was toxic, but she wasn't toxic. She
okay?
made sure that by the ages of 1, I knew how to walk, talk, count money, use the
No,
bathroom,
I'm
not
talking
cry.
about after she got you back, because you
Oh,
said
after it was the same thing. It would basically kind of went back to business as usual with me, and that's what I was telling Urban earlier. Because of our year
Hmm.
gap, I was the partner, so I was there to help raise my brother.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah. So
But I
like,
mean,
Mm-hmm.
she had a better place, she had a better car, she had a job, you know.
okay. All right.
Mm-hmm.
That's I
And
just
so,
want, cause like just what Urban was saying, and I know a lot of families like that. But once they get the kids back, they'll be cool for a minute, and then it's back to the same old playbook. And then they end up either losing the kids or they traumatize the kids, and they grow up in the same kind of cycle, and it goes on and on and on. So yeah, that's
mm-hmm.
I was just curious about that.
No, my mom was spectacular. I'll give her full credit. She was spectacular. It was just the men in the life that was the issue.
Yeah. Okay.
And she took advice from people because it goes back to what I was saying earlier, because part of that was talking points from the 90s where they were saying, you need to have a man in the house. A man has to teach you how to do certain things. A man's presence has to be a certain way.
Okay.
In hindsight, as an adult, I realized how impossible that was going to be with every man she brought around.
Right.
She had
Mm-hmm.
way too much aura because of her experiences that every guy that came felt like the woman.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
had that beta energy, right?
Every guy had that energy. Didn't matter how good their job was. They never felt like they were the man.
Well, that it was probably because it was, in their mind, it was just a fling. You know what I'm saying? And she should have just given herself time to be alone with just her and her children. But I understand that era back then. You gotta have a man, man, man. See, that is the family being in the business. You know what I'm saying? And putting all those talking
Mm-hmm.
points there, and this is supposed to be that is no guidance, but this advice and all this stuff, and by her being young, she probably heard that her whole life. You know what I'm saying? And then having kids very young, that's still being beaten in her head. Because that was the thing back there. Most women still to this day would take a pathetic piece of crap and call it their man because they don't know how to be alone. So they'll take anything, set it up in their house, and I say it because that's all it is. It's not a human, just a person that just lean on women. This is why when y'all call them beta men, I just call them pathetic. And then they will deal with all this person's BS and everything just to say they got a man. So you have a
Mm-hmm.
lot of weak women out there as well.
So Lionel, let me ask you this question based
Go
on
for it.
just your perspective on why do you think your mom chose beta men? Or did you ever have a conversation with her about
Oh, I've
this?
had
Asking
conversations
her.
with her. Her excuse was basically these were the only men she knew. But I don't want to be so callous to call them beta, but that's what they gave off. They tried. I'll never say they didn't try. And I'll be honest and say I did not make it easy for them. Because in my mind, you weren't going to raise my brother. I was. In my mind,
Mm-hmm.
you weren't the man of the house. She was married twice, and I gave them hell.
Mm.
Okay.
So so
I'm on it.
why were you so why were you doing that? Why did you feel like that you was her man child? Why do you
You,
feel that you needed to assume that role to be her man child like that?
I guess I felt like I had to protect her and I had to protect my family, but she raised me very early.
That was the protector in chief. Uh, that's the instinctual when you have the male son. He's protecting his mother and not trusting nobody, especially going through what he went through, and then coming back and looking at a situation and saying, "Oh, I got to protect us." It's protecting the family. he don't trust these other men because maybe.
Oh, Joy, you broke up.
All right, hold on, because I do see some questions. I don't want to leave them hanging. Vaughn's asked, did his grandmother play a part in the situation? Depends on how you want to look at that, because she was around. I'm not trying to get Urban's channel like marked or something, so I got to watch certain things I say. But she was around, but she wasn't raising her daughter, and she didn't raise me. So grandma wasn't really doing much. As far as I know, as long as I've been alive, those two have hated each other. How,
Interesting.
how old were you at the time? I don't know what that one. She conceived as a child. Why was I taken? I need context with that one.
This based on the context earlier that you saying that you was in the foster care system at the time, and she was trying to fight for you back.
Okay. Yeah, she fought to get us back. I mean, I'm sure there's like old newspaper articles y'all can find from the 90s where she was trying to tell her story because she fought. I'll tell you that. Um, her parents, yes, they did neglect her. Her father did stop fighting. Um, but she spent every year of her life from the age of 7 to 19 being raped by somebody. That story you heard from the black girl about the puffy party, how she was used as a banquet and
Mm-hmm.
whatnot. Yeah, my mom was
Mm-hmm.
pretty much around that situation too. It's some terrible stuff that happened in the midst of her trying to fight for her kids also when things just got rough, even worse. She told her mom, because people love to say that children don't report stuff. She told her mom, she told family, she's gone to the police several times. No one believed her.
Mm.
File and report meant nothing. But by the time I did get taken away from her, she did a phenomenal job. I mean, not to sound funny, but the very first lesson she said that you should know as a boy turning into a man is to be a leader. Something Urban talked about. This is a child with no
Mm-hmm.
leadership and guidance, telling her child the very first lesson you need to learn is to be a leader.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said,
And she spoke facts on that.
by the time I was one, I was walking, I could count money, having conversations, wasn't, could do everything you would think a 4 or 5-year-old could do because she said she didn't have the patience, honestly. That's what her excuse was. So she tried to make
Mm-hmm.
sure I was equipped and ready.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she was a phenomenal parent. Like, she did the job. And I hear people say all the time, well, you can't do things you weren't taught. She did. Everything you could say about how you should be as a man, she taught it.
Well,
She did it.
somebody taught her. So whoever she was around, she had somebody, that one person that she.
I'm not saying she didn't. I'm not saying she didn't have people around for certain things. I never want to say that, but she was the one who taught it
Okay.
because
Yeah,
it's kind of hard to
taught it to them.
because it's kind of hard to be trying to learn lessons from every guy you meet that's trying to assault you.
Mm-hmm. Von, salute, welcome.
Yes, the adults in her life
And
did
Von's gone.
fail her.
Oh, no, you can go ahead, Lionel, because like I said, we talked about this on before. Yeah,
Yeah, I was just
I
giving
now,
some.
now
Yeah,
what, yeah, I want you to want to explain the story again and stuff, and
because I was just and I was just
That's why
looking
I'm
at the
not saying
comments.
nothing because I'm just letting you cook tonight.
Yeah, I was just because I mean we have our show that's supposed to start next month where we're supposed to be walking down certain things to help give people awareness and advice and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Who you
But
talking about you and Speak?
no, me and my mom.
Okay. Oh yeah, that's good.
Yeah, we're gonna be on her channel and we'll be doing all of that. My
So heck,
grandmother isn't. Go ahead.
heck yeah, I'm pulling up for that.
My grandma isn't too thrilled with that, mainly because she's the villain of the story in certain parts.
Yeah.
She's not happy, and I told her that it is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
My mom, she's also been to therapy. She's been through, specialists, psychologists because of her trauma, and they have a hard time trying to give her advice to basically cope with everything she's been through.
Yeah.
That's what
Cause
I
that
think
does
is very good.
yeah, they're just gonna give her that traditional clinical analysis. But her circumstances so unique.
And that's why I listen to the things, and when I hear certain things, and I understand the man to female role, the mom the father role, but I also look at it as I didn't experience it the way that, like, I hear you articulate it and how it should be,
Mm-hmm.
because I didn't have a mother who was coddling me. It didn't matter how hard she fought for me. I was getting punched in the jaw. I was getting tossed across the room. She was the
Mm-hmm.
disciplinarian. No dude I've ever met could discipline me on the scale that she could. They punish you, you're grounded, you're punished for 2 weeks. When she does it, 6 months to a year.
6 months to a year. God dang.
My mom, she did not play. I'm.
Wait, wait. 6 months to a year?
It's happened a few times.
How old were you?
It varies.
Wow.
She was the disciplinarian. She said in real life, you go to prison.
I was a disciplinarian too, but I wasn't. That was kind of extreme.
Well,
But she,
okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going.
That's a long time.
Yeah, I got a question
go
because
for it.
my son. Okay, I'm gonna tell y'all what my son did. They have a TV in their room, and he has his father bought him a PlayStation for Christmas last year, right? So he would and he has a tablet. Now my kids have tablets, PlayStations, and my daughter has a phone, right? So I would tell them, come 7 o'clock, you know, all electronics got to be shut down, turn the TV off. So their bedroom is down the hall from ours, right? So the bathroom is across the hall from their bedroom. So one night, I got up to go to the bathroom. Now, mind you, my son's teacher had told me that he would fall asleep in class. And for the life of me, I couldn't figure it out because around this time, I had to work in the morning, they had to go to school. So we all had some sort of bedtime, right? So one night, I just happened to get up to go to the bathroom, and I hear clicking. Now, the teacher had told me that I want to say the week before that he fell asleep that particular day. I asked him about it, are you sick? Blah, blah, blah. And before I go into the bathroom, I peek into the room and the TV is down low. He playing the game. And I'm like, well, how long you been doing this? Now, mind you, he was only 6. No, I think he was 5. I'm like, how long you been doing this? And he was like, oh, um uh uh as long as you don't hear it, and I don't want to go to sleep, I wanted to play my game. And so, I re-asked him the question, like, do you do this every night? And he was like, no, only the nights when you fall asleep. That's what he told me, my 5-year-old, right? So I got so mad because, you know, I I started to think back. So this is why when I wake y'all up in the morning, you dragging and you crying, you don't want to go to school, you tired. And I'm thinking, this is just the morning, right? Like, oh, that's just him in the morning. So I'm like, you mean to tell me you've been, playing this game? Fast forward a couple weeks later, I caught him again. I said something to my husband, you know. Now, mind you, I'm not a parent that's quick to whoop my kids, right? So I'm trying to figure out how I can make this stop. So I take the game. I didn't took the tablet. I might wake up at 11 o'clock. I didn't put the tablet on the tablet. Y'all done lost all response. I mean, all privileges, because of you and what you doing. So wake up, his tablet is missing off my dresser. So you didn't came in my room while I was asleep. You didn't took your tablet and you didn't took it in your room. You in there playing it. Now, mind you, all this stuff is just happening by accident. I'm, not accident, but by chance because I'm not, you know, hounding him about it. I'm trying to trust the boy. Do y'all know I got mad and told my husband like he can't play no electronics, no YouTube, no TV. I said until next year
Whoa.
because I got now mind y'all I ain't whooping the boy. Okay, when he come home from school he can still play, on the tablet after he finishes homework. We play on the tablet for an hour. You know what I'm saying? It's like I didn't just take the stuff away initially, but see now I'm mad because now I feel like you're taking advantage of my kindness. You know,
What?
one time his dad had given him permission to play the game. And I come walking in the door, I didn't know this because he ain't said nothing to me. So, I'm like, oh, you playing the game? Oh, and it wasn't like, no, mommy, daddy, it was my daddy told me I could play the game. And it was like, oh, hell no. So,
I
I get on the phone with my husband and I'm like, why didn't you tell me? He was like, oh, I forgot, I was leaving out for work. You was coming in. And that's literally what happened. But it's like our son had this attitude towards me. Like my daddy told me, I don't like you. You trying to take my game away. So I called my granny because, I'm upset. You know, me and my husband don't agree. A year is too long. And I'm like, well, granny, I don't want to, whoop him. And my granny, so she was like, whoop his ass. She was like, forget the year. keep the, she said, let him keep playing the tablet, for an hour. Bedtime, it goes wherever it goes. And she was really upset. You mean to tell me he walked in your room? I said, girl, he walked in my room when I was asleep. Everybody know when you a kid, you don't go in your parents' room and do nothing, right? So, my husband, he works all the time. He at work right now. He always at work. So how he look at it was, well, you got to get them in check while I'm gone, cause and I'm like, yeah, but when you get in and you check them, they be mad at me because I didn't told on them to you. Like I'm
I
always the one catching the shit, you
I
know?
will say, I just want to say this. See, with children, when you discipline them in that kind of way without putting hands on them, because I didn't whoop my children either. I can count the times on a half of a hand that I whooped one of my kids. I'm born eight, so my children they were very well. They was fairly. They wasn't bad kids. They would listen because I would. I had a mouth on me, so they kind of I put the fear of God in them. I'll say that. So I didn't have to whoop them, but they children are smart. And what like I have been in that situation before. But the thing of it is that when you take away something from the child, you have to hide it. you have to hide it where you have to always have a hiding space that nobody knows about but you, and you have to hide it because when he come in that room, you catch him. sneaking in there because you might just wake up, and you like, what are you doing in here? So you have to hide. You have to hide things, and then I would suggest, okay, if he's staying up all night playing the game, you take the game, you hide the game. When he comes in after his homework is done, you let him play for a couple of hours. Then get the game, take the game away. It's bedtime now. So, but you have to have
Right.
not smart. You have to, and then that way you don't have to be like a whole year, a whole this because sometimes we set ourselves up to we make our own frustrations because you have to think things through. Children are smart. They'll even this is what I say, you have to have a hiding space where they can't only and because they will look for it and look for it, especially if you go, you done went out the house running errands or something. They gonna look for it and look for it. So you have to have
Hmm.
that space because I have had that problem before when my children were young. I have a
Hey,
hiding space. Sometimes I'll take it out the house. Period.
hey,
And
And
let
then
me,
huh?
hey, real quick, let me ask y'all, ask Vance and Lionel this question. Did y'all commit to the sentencing? But was there a commitment to it, or they were just saying it there like within months or two later they reneged on it?
Well, and for me, of course, I wasn't able to, let him live out the year-long sentence because, my husband, his father, my granny, they didn't agree with me. So I had to, renege, because I'm not gonna lie, it worked. It scared him. He was, he had questions. How long is a year? And I'm like, a very long time. You're gonna be a whole nother age by the time you ever able to play this game again. And I had even ran it by his teacher. And I remember she looked at me and she was like kind of what, you know, uh JW was like, wow. And I'm like, I gotta chime in because when she looked at me and was like, wow, I was like, what? Like I'm I need this to stop. I need for this to stop because, I'm thinking he's just like playing a role because he didn't want to go to school, or trying to stay home. And the whole time, and there it was some mornings I would wake up and I would see his tablet and I would think to myself, maybe he couldn't, maybe he couldn't go to sleep or, maybe he got up and, I would make excuses because I'm not a harsh parent, right? So it's like what I have stuck to is we can do this for an hour. At this time, no more TV. Now, because, my oldest daughter, she does listen. Um, and my middle girl, you know, she's kind of
Hmm.
funny. She's funny. Depending on her mood, she will listen. But if she's in that whiny, I want my way mood, and I do, I give in. I can't lie. I give in to the younger two because she's 5 and the third one, I mean the fourth one is
Mm-mm-mm.
3. So I give in to them because it's like, look, I don't feel like hearing all that whining and crying and shit, but it doesn't work in my benefit because then the older two, like my daughter, she calls me out all the time. You let them, you let them, you let them. And I'd be looking at her like, and I'd be like, you know what, Jenny, you right, you right, you right.
I still
So
get that.
yeah, so it's like, I remember being the oldest and seeing my younger siblings get their way with my mom and feeling some type of way. I didn't say nothing to her about it though, until I got like a teenager, damn near grown. But to see my 8-year old, I mean, my 9-year old be like, mommy, you're not fair. It's like, you know what, you're right. I tell the big two to go to bed. Y'all can't play with nothing. Y'all can't watch nothing. But then the younger two can come in my room and watch TV. Or if I'm sitting in the living room, okay, Gemma, you lay down on the couch and until you fall asleep, you know, because I don't want to hear the extra, if that makes any sense. But yeah, so I'm not always fair.
I'm
So
not
the
either.
so the thing about that is that if you say something, you have to commit to it.
Hmm.
especially with children. So if you set that expectation that I'm gonna punish you for 6 months to a year, then they need to carry out that sentence no matter what for 6 months to a year. Because if you don't, then
Yeah.
guess what? They're
Hmm.
going to interpret that as you not being a person of your word, and they're gonna do it again, and again, and
Yeah.
again.
They gonna
That,
interpret that you full of shit and they can get away with whatever, whenever, however.
Mhm.
yeah.
See,
That's
yep.
why. That's why I said when you make a decision like that and that's long lasting, it's not it really don't work because at some point the whole year you're gonna give in because they'll put a sad face on you and just
Hmm.
stare at you and after probably about 2 days because their attention span is very short and they don't really want to believe that is she actually gonna do this for a whole year. So that's why what I would do my children, I'll let them when they do something I take it away for maybe a
Hey,
couple days and
Vance,
then I would surprise them when they come in from school. They sit there with a sad face. Your homework done? Did you do your chores? Okay, and I'll present
Van-
them the
Vance,
game, and you got so many so many hours to play, and then I take it again. I go right in the
hey,
room. It's time up.
hey, Vance was making that situation way too complicated. This what I did to my children. All right, so
Hmm.
I let them have the tablet. I let it stay in the room and everything. But guess what I did? So I activated the parental locks on her,
Oh yeah. Well, I
and
tried
so
that
and
too.
see,
so
see,
That didn't
see,
work for
my
me.
kids are smart.
Yeah.
see
My
now
Yeah.
kids.
listen. Check this out. I know kids. I know they'll try to hack their account and try to get to the account, but like I was already 3 steps ahead of them. So whenever they try to access the account, I get an alert. Right then and there, and seeing them doing it in real time. And I say something about it, like, oh, y'all trying to hack the account, right? Okay. I'm gonna hold on. Yeah, y'all definitely not gonna play it now for a month now.
I would
And
just
so I let her, but it was see like the reason why I did it psychologically because in a technical sense, I was doing similar to what Lionel Mom was doing towards him and this sibling and what Vons was doing, but it's more on a psychological scale. I let they devices stay there, but they just couldn't use it. They had access to it, but they just couldn't use it. So they had to earn it. You know what I'm saying? Earn it back. And the
Hmm.
only way they could get it back is for me to give them access to it.
well,
But see,
I didn't
see.
do that because I didn't want to be
I
hurt
did it with
because
their
I
video games
said,
and everything, like their PlayStations and everything. Because I have I had parental control. Like they was young then, and I
mm,
had parental controls on everything.
yeah,
Everything. They PlayStations, Xbox, tablets, everything.
But
Everything
see,
they had parental controls, I had
I didn't
access
do it
to it.
like that. I did it like the way I did it because I didn't want to have to beat the hell out of them because if they tried it,
right?
it was gonna
It's
be
like
over. So I didn't want that frustration and beating the asses. You be tired because kids they could take a ass whooping, and so
I try to give
I ain't want to
everybody a
even go
chance.
through that.
Right. I
Hmm.
try to give everybody a chance. Like, don't have me going to extremes. But what I will say is what I've learned is like Gemma, she's 5 now, so I didn't lump her in with the bigger two. And I'm like, you know what? You go to school full time now. Um, you know how to go to the bathroom. You know how to if I tell you no about something, you would go do it anyway. So I didn't switched up on being a little harder on her,
Hmm.
but she is her mother's child. Gemma will debate me, okay, with and she a cute thing, okay. Now all my kids are cute, but that one, she got it down packed. She got the tears, the like I she'll debate. She will what's the she'll negotiate, well yesterday, I wasn't able to, so today I think I should be. And yesterday, I stood in the corner a long time, mommy, so I think that means I should be off punishment and be able to go outside.
I love a great
Eh,
debater.
yeah, like she gonna fight for what she wants. And it's
I love
almost
to
like
debate.
she didn't figure it out, me, well, mommy,
Uh,
I think that's
That,
mean
that,
and I don't think that's fair. It's like, she didn't picked up certain words to, that I think she's noticed that I use when I'm, negotiating and arguing, right? So
Mm-hmm.
hmm
it's like she's like, So if I tell her it's not fair that Jenny gets to go outside, and I did, I cleaned up when you asked me to, or I stood in the corner yesterday. Well, mommy, it's not fair that today, I still can't go outside because of what I did yesterday. So
so,
she got it.
so she'll make a great lawyer.
I
Yeah,
hope so.
I love a debate. Like not all of my children were debaters, but I love to do it because then I can give them, I can tell them, I can correct them while they're debating me. I can tell them why you're in this situation, and it's your actions that caused this. So when they come
hmm
with the debate, I'm like, bring it on. Let's see who wins. Mommy
Now
always wins.
JW, she 5. Okay, she got big old eyes, long eyelashes, and she'll say, "I'm sorry, mommy." Just
Yeah.
just like that. "I'm sorry, mommy."
Yeah, that gets you.
And
I
she and
still,
I'll be like, "You know what, Gemma, just go outside. Just go out." Yay, mommy said I can go outside. I'll
look.
be
My
like, "Lord."
children are grown people, and I still get accused of now. And I don't have no problems with it. I am guilty. My youngest baby, that is my shit. She can get away with a whole lot of stuff that the others can't, and
Hmm.
so they still will accuse me. You don't, blah blah. She can do anything she wants, and she's like, "Well, how old is she? Shit, in 37, 30."
So that's why Joy like coming up on my panels because she like to debate me.
I was gonna ask her, is that the youngest girl? Because
She probably having technical difficulties.
KJ, is
There,
she still there?
yeah,
Oh, okay. Is that your youngest girl?
yes, yes, that's the baby. Out of eight, that's the baby, and it's always
Yeah.
been that way. She have that girl when she was little. She's real little, and her and one of my sons, older sons, had they broke my fish tank. I had fish in there and everything, and so she ran away. She was like about what 5 or something like that, and
hmm
she ran away. So I get home from work. I'm looking, what, you know, what's going on? And so they have been out. The older ones have been out looking for her because they know if my baby is not home and y'all talking about y'all can't find her, I'm killing all y'all. And I'm gonna call your daddies and I'm gonna kill them too. I just did not play about her. And so she had been walking around because at that time I had lived near Hyde Park, and she had been walking around. She was scared to come home. I'm like, oh, I really want to strangle her because I had a lot of tropical fish in there, and I just looked at she just looked at me. But it had scared me to death because she was so young and she out there by herself. Oh Lord. So, I always been like that with her, and I'm still like that today with her. She can do no
hmm
harm.
You know what's funny? That she been that it's like when I had her, she's my third child, right? And at the time her I don't know why I keep wanting to say her dad, y'all. My husband, y'all. His schedule changed. So when I gave birth, and we came home, he didn't he couldn't be around, when they're arm babies like that because the schedule changed. So it was literally me and her. And my
Mhm.
oldest daughter had started going to school, and my son wasn't walking yet. So he would be in his swing thing, and it would just be me and her. I would, be moving around the house. She was on my hip, right? So it came a time when he was home, And she did not like her father, y'all. Like, she would cry when he would pick her up. She didn't want nothing to do with him. He couldn't soothe her. And at first I thought it was a little funny, because my oldest girl, she's a daddy's girl. She always wanted to be around him. She only wanted something to do with me. Of course, when I'm doing her hair, giving her, like a piece of candy or something. So one day we was sitting in the bed, and I was playing with her, and he reached out to touch her, y'all, and she burst into tears. I mean, tears, like,
Mm.
get away from me.
Oh wow.
And he got real sad, because he's not like
Mm-hmm.
a real serious person. But I took notice that, because he said it just like this. He said, "My daughter don't like me." And
Mm.
I
Oh.
said, "Oh," I was like, "No, you ain't been home." And he was like, "No, Kevon, she don't like me." And so I was
She
looking
hurt
at
his
her.
feelings.
Yeah, and I was looking at her, and and she looked at me, and she smiled like it's true. Now, mind you, I think she was only like, we gonna say maybe 6 months old, and she didn't want nothing to do with him. So now at 5, you know, my oldest and him, they have a real, that daddy's girl. But when she wants her way, of course he like, nah. But he's firm with it, no. But then I'll be like, don't do that to her. And he'd be like, see, that's the problem. You always spoiling her. And I thought back to when she was born, like, y'all two ain't never liked each other. So of course, I, like you said,
Von's
JW,
over here moving the goalposts and things.
look. I'm just saying. Of course, I don't play about that one, because I know. I know where it started. I know why the connection ain't as strong. You know, I know because
Hmm.
they didn't have that bonding time as the older two did with him. Me and her did. You
Right.
know,
Yeah.
so she it's some things she can get her way with him, but majority of the time it's mommy. And he be, see, that's the problem. You always spoiling them. And I'd be like, yeah, but you spoil the other ones. So, I got mine, you got your two, I got my two. But I find that funny because my son, the true youngin', oh, he don't care. He gonna ask why. He gonna say no. He gonna stomp around. He gonna get his way. Like, it's something.
So
It's
we,
like,
I, we need to talk to Jim to verify the story.
Mr. Lounge. I'm telling you, if we don't get it together by the time he turned 5, he gonna be running the household because he act like he pay bills around here.
but now I do want to real quick. I do want to acknowledge Lionel. The reason why, because I like it when he come up here and he share his story, because his story is like very unique. We had conversations about his own story before, and that's why this time around I really wasn't too much engaging into it, because we talked about it, and I just wanted to see y'all perspective about his own particular story that they be sharing out. So yeah, by all means, yeah, Lionel, drop the channel and everything. Yeah,
Yeah,
appreciate
drop
it.
the channel so
Yeah, I would like to see that too. I would like to see that.
Yeah, because
So
his
I
story is.
dropped her link in the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, because his
Now,
his his story is unique. That it kind of goes a lot against um, traditionalism or the traditional system due to his anecdotal experience. And when Lionel engage people like that, right? They always engage from their particular anecdotal experience, and they don't never consider the possibility thereof. And so therefore they are dismissing his experience, which I have seen in real time all the time.
what I wanted to ask him, when I came up here, because as I was coming up, I heard him say his grandma was the villain in the story. I heard a lot about what he said about his mom and how she, was pregnant at 11. And the reason I was asking, like, was did your granny play a part? I wanted to know if she, took on raising you. But based on what you said, no, she was the villain in the story, which is I ain't gonna say that's new to me. But I'm curious about that because in most cases, like mine, my mom had me when she was 18. My mom was in high school. She graduated high school um after she had me, right? So in my case, my grandmothers and great grandmothers, they played a role in raising me, and so did my aunt. Her sister, who was in 8th grade at the time, right? So when you said your granny was the villain, I'm like, oh, okay. That's different than how I know most young girls. Like my sister, when my sister had my niece, she was in high school, and my mom, stepped in to help raise, still helps raise my niece. My niece is to this day. So it's like, to hear that Granny was the villain, it's like, wow. All right, that's I'm not gonna say it's new, but rarely do I hear about a granny being a villain in a story like that.
Um, I want. I don't want to be too rough with this, but so grandma was not a nice person. Very, very mean person. And my mom spent the ages 7 to 11 running away from home from her because she felt like her mom wouldn't protect her. And y'all can pick up on that one however y'all will. But her mom wouldn't protect her from the outside world. So she kept running away. Of course, because of the system, we kept bringing her back. Eventually, when she did get pregnant, it became more of an issue for the grandma. And she tried to make a home, kind of, but that didn't last long because within the year she was kicking both of us out. So here's this 12-year-old and her baby sleeping on the trash can outside, sleeping on the corners, trying to escape the world. Grandma didn't give a crap. But apparently they convinced her that she would go to hell if she didn't try to make things better with her daughter. So that didn't play out too well either, because all it ended up was them fighting. And I'm 35, and my entire life I've seen them do nothing but fight. They see each other, here comes the argument, here comes the fighting. It's gotten better over the years because they both getting told by numerous people you need to make things work with your mom slash your daughter, but they hate each other. That's
Mm.
just the reality. My mom has every reason to hate her. Don't know why grandma hates her though, but she does. And then grandma tried to steal her youngest son. When she had the opportunity, she tried to take her daughter's child from her and then tried to use the church to make sure she kept that child. So then you had that situation. Grandma's the villain in this story. Definitely. No, grandma did not help raise me. And it's just like the concept where people tell you you need a village to raise children. I had my mom. That was the reality. There was no village. There was no auntie, no uncle, no cousins. It was her.
Mm.
So, what was there a lot of spiritual abuse going on in the church?
Yes.
Let me ask you this, Lionel, and I'm asking for a
Go
reason.
for it.
I'm gonna tell you. So I know people. I knew someone who had similar issues, right, with their mother. Not new, but I know them, but the other person ain't here no more, right? So have you ever thought about asking, your grandmother or even your mother, I mean, well, why your mother feels the way she feels towards her mother. But have you ever thought about asking your grandmother, what her issue is?
Yes.
What kind of answer did you get?
You're the grandson. I don't have to answer you.
Okay, so
But
with
I
that,
pushed on it. But hold on.
uh-huh.
I did push on it. We've talked several times at this point now, and I've gotten around it, but it becomes more of her being super emotional about it.
Mhm.
And she just says that she doesn't believe a lot of things her daughter went through. She doesn't
Mm.
believe that her daughter could have had that much of a bad life because of her, because then that would mean that she
She
was
was a
doing
bad
something
mother.
wrong,
Right.
and she didn't want to admit that she was a bad
Uh-huh.
mother.
Right.
And
So,
she was a mother who had a lot of anger in her. I mean, personally, I can't beat my child bloody at 6 years old, or have them scrubbing the walls with scars and blood in their back and whatnot, and other people being able to actually attest for that, because you're just discipline, quote unquote, your child. Or I can't have a whole boyfriend in the house that's abusing my 7-year-old daughter. She tells you, and then it's like you're lying.
mhm.
Or I send you to the babysitter that abuses you. You tell them, you actually get checked. She gets checked out. You find out it's true, and then you send her back to the babysitter. You have certain issues. Again, while my mom said she could not trust this woman to protect her, so she kept running away from home. But grandma says she was too much. And that becomes the other thing she says. As we like to say in the space, women have no accountability. Grandma had no accountability.
So you know I was gonna say it.
Yeah, she could.
I was gonna agree, but what I was really gonna say was, Lionel, you have the answers, and unfortunately, the answer is, grandma lacks accountability, and okay. So I'm gonna start with this. The same situation that you're speaking of, right? I took it upon myself to ask questions because I was placed in a very uncomfortable situation where it was like, okay, this shit ain't making sense, right? So being who I am, I found the perfect opportunity and time to say, hey, what is it, that that what is it, right? And pretty much what I would get is, oh, they said this happened, but I don't remember. Or she brought this to me and I'm telling her that I don't remember or it didn't happen. I don't believe, that I was just this horrible mother. And it was like, okay. So you have your child. Now, don't get me wrong, some kids, they lie, some people are traumatized, or I'm not going to say traumatized. Some people are fake traumatized, right?
Hmm.
But given what I knew about this person and some of the stories that I was told, by the daughter, it was like, you and that person, to even today's time, still does not hold themselves accountable for certain things. And I started to realize that, you I'm not gonna say they have a victim mentality, but they have the why me mentality, right? Like, why? And it's like, well, they told you, you don't remember, um, they're lying, they just, they want me to be something that I'm not, or something like that. And it was like, so healing could not take place between the two because one person did not hold themselves accountable, and the mother before them, was pretty much the same way. A lot of stubbornness, lack of communication, um, lack of emotional intelligence. So I get it. What your grandmother, you know, that's I mean, you have the answers. It's right. It's literally right there before you. She refuses to even acknowledge those things that happen or believe that those things happen, because in true fashion it would mean that she was a shitty mom. And it's like, some people don't, well, some women, unfortunately, um and I'm not like trying to knock your granny or anything, but my number one reason for being a stay-at-home mom, part-time stay-at-home mom, is because I grew up around too many people and had too many strange experiences as a child that I don't want my kids to go through. I'm not going to put my trust in the next person over my kids, because of, my own childhood, right? And the strange things that happen, so a lot of people, men and women in today's, both parents should be at work, and mothers should be at home, but then they'll speak down on a woman for being at home with her kids. But when you look at situations like what you've experienced, and you know even in my own, family line, weird shit that happened, it's like, but see, I don't want to be, you know 50 years old and my daughter is telling me, her surviving me story because I wasn't at home with her, or I gave her over to a stranger, somebody that I trust, and then I'm looking at you sideways. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, um, I definitely think, it's a good idea, for you and your mom. I mean, that you and your mom are, doing this. I can 1,000% understand why your grandma is not, too happy about it, but until she really holds herself accountable, which I doubt it, because she's so much older now, and we watch these reality TV shows where they bring their parents on, and they parents get on there crying and acting like they never did nothing wrong, and everybody be like, "We know you did something, or at least some of the things that you're being accused of, you just won't admit to it because it brings shame. You can look, you're gonna look at yourself different. Other people are gonna look at you different." But when you really want to heal your relationship with your kids, in my opinion, you're going to apologize and you're going to acknowledge where you went wrong. Now, because of the heinous, experiences that your mother had, I can really understand why no one would want to admit to that, not believing their own child. That's not only embarrassing, it's humiliating, because you were the parent, you were the one that was supposed to be, you know responsible for them, caring for them, and you didn't. You neglected them in such a way to where they got pregnant at 11, and then you it's like, I get it. I really do get it. But you have the answers, Lionel. She not gonna tell you everything in detail, but you got it. It's accountability ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
No, I agree.
Like Lionel, do you and your mom accept the fact that accountability would never happen?
Oh, we do. We absolutely do. There are hopeful people around us that try to put it in our head that no, no, it better things are gonna happen. One day y'all are gonna be able to they are gonna be able to hash it out and get apologies and try to work on themselves and healing. And I think that's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
My mom knows too. I'm hard on my mom. I'm really hard on her in a lot of ways, but there are times when she tries to still go to her mom because it's her mom, and her mom lets her down every time. And then I got to remind her, you don't have a mom. I don't even know why you keep trying.
Oh wait, you say she don't have a mom?
Yeah, that's what I tell her. And she's upset about that because she wants to have a mom. But that's the only one she has, unfortunately.
You
Oh,
know what,
but
Lionel?
I
Oh, go ahead, JW.
no, I just saying, I think that is very hard. You're being very hard on your mom. I mean, that's the only mom that she knows. And every see, I don't. My mom is gone. My mom was mentally ill, so I never really had any guidance from my mom. I basically raised myself, my sister, and my brother. Uh, so I still miss my mom. You know, my mom have abused me, but in her illness, I still love my mother. You know, so that's her mom. I
Yeah.
you know, that's her mom. I mean, like no matter the things that happen, see for you it's different because
Yeah.
she's just your grandma, and you know y'all have y'all differences. But it doesn't matter between a mother and a daughter. They may have differences, but that love is tight.
Yeah, it's
And,
definitely
you know,
You
real.
know,
that love is
I,
tight.
I
And,
will say it would be good to hear that. She's heard more "I hate you" than
Hmm.
she's ever heard "I love you." In fact, I'm pretty certain if you asked her, she can tell you on one hand how many times her mom has told her she loves her. They just had a whole fight, and she told her point blank, "If you weren't my daughter, I would never have talked to you." She
mm,
constantly reminds her how much of a burden she has, for how much of a burden she was, despite the fact she wasn't really around, which is weird. But she constantly reminds her how her
was
hatred for her, and she's in her 60s, still saying this stuff.
but she's in her 60s. So she have okay? She must did she have her when she was young? Was your
She
grandma?
did.
She had her.
It
Yeah,
wasn't. I mean, it was in her like 20s.
yeah. Okay. Cause I'm 60 and I had my son. I was 16 when I had my first child. Yeah. So that could be a love hate relationship depending on everything that happened between them. But I'm pretty much sure that uh for some reason the grandmother is like that towards her. But I do believe that she do love her because I mean you got some mothers that when they truly hate one of their children, they do not speak to them. They do not in no ways or fashion will speak to them or even you know sometimes some relationships between a parent and a child could be really difficult because there's some issues that has not been addressed between the two of them, and
Right.
and maybe one day you know they will just put down or you know the grandmother just surrender all her grievances and all her anger and you know because it could be like you said your mother used to run away a lot, right? That could be one of the grievances that her mother have with her. You know,
I,
it could be
I
one of
have a,
two things.
I, I,
Um,
I, I have a perspective about that. My perspective in this is that it's okay to love a person to let them go. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
If her mother is blatantly saying that she hate her, she don't want to have nothing to do with her, for his mom sanity, is okay to let her go. You
Yeah,
don't have to try to build no relationship with her whatsoever. But she could still have that love for her mom, but for her sanity purpose, let her go. Because each and every time she tried to push for that type of relationship, she's gonna disappoint her every single time. And it
every,
becomes insane for her to do that. Because
I
she
was.
every single time she had that expectation that maybe one day I'll get the answer that I'm looking for. That my mom would apologize and we'd be kumbaya and whatever stuff like that. But she's up in age. She already made her mind up, and on top of that, she wants to be socially accepted by her peers, which it could be the church, the other family, whatever the case may be, right? And so she's not going to give that up. You know what I'm saying? So you could just love her from afar if that's what you want
Yeah.
to do. But the whole expectation part, she need to just let that go, let
and
it
that's why.
go, and
she
What?
she's feeling
But
some kind of guilt, and then she could be angry about the behavior because a lot of times parents when they have children that their behavior is not how they want it to be or the behavior is bad, they feel well. It makes them feel like they was a bad person. You know what I'm saying? And they will hold a grudge against that child. because of
Yep.
that. You know what I'm saying? And so those are issues they need to address. But like Urban
Hmm.
said, mom probably needs to just let it be. If they're not gonna,
Yeah, just let it go, cause yeah,
yeah,
that's what I'm saying. Just let all that go, cause it's not gonna make her happy, except her trying to push for something that she don't want anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. That's the equivalent of being in a domestic violent relationship where you know that dude or woman is a narcissist, right? But you're trying to push to have a relationship with him anyway.
I was
And
gonna
they
say, Mr.
abusing
Lounge,
you and all kind of stuff.
when we gonna acknowledge that the granny is a narcissist? But uh, no, all jokes,
Obviously, it is, but
yeah, all jokes aside, Lionel, I'm gonna tell you something. So, I've hinted at this on my channel a couple different times. That me and my mom, when I was younger, we gonna say in my late teens, okay, and a little bit. So me and my mom didn't really start getting along until I was about 20, 28. We gonna say when I was 28. Um, my husband, um, he met because we live here, okay, in Illinois, and my mother lives in another state. So he was able to meet my grandmother, my aunts. And unfortunately, around the time we got serious, his mother passed away, right? So he was aware of some of the things that happened in my childhood. Some things that I was in denial about. My sister, I received a phone call from my sister one day when he and I were just at home, not bothering nobody, and it put me in a really bad emotional headspace, right? Because like I said, there were some things I was in denial about. So with him knowing me as a person, and he saw how bad it affected me and my mental. And of course, there came a time where we all lived together. My mother, my sister, even him. We all were in the same space. And for it would piss him off that I was chasing someone that because my mother is not an emotional woman. She is not. I'm not gonna say she's a narcissist, because my mother has never told me she hates me. She's never not talked to me, like a lot of the things that people say that narcissists will do to their children. The only thing she's ever really done that was detrimental to me as a person was that I overheard her phone conversation with my grandmother on accident. I wasn't eavesdropping. I just so happened to be at the right place at the wrong place at the right time, right?
no,
And
usually
she
is
had,
dropping.
no, Mr. Lounge, I swear, I swear on my children, I was not. Um, I mean, I know it. It's funny, I can talk about it now because her and I have had the conversation, and we had that snot and tears, and she never knew that I knew what she said, right? So I told her, like, you told her that you didn't like me. Mind you, I was only 12. So it was like, huh? Like that's the worst thing that I can honestly remember that she ever did. So at 28, 29, we having this conversation, and she's like, "You heard that?" And I'm like, "Yeah." So, when you would talk to me in a certain kind of way, it was always in my mind like, this lady don't like me. So, forget you or whatever. So, he got upset with me a lot of the times because he knew me as a woman, but around my mother I became a child. You know, and he didn't like it. It was like, what you going to her for advice for, and like he knew the depths of the relationship, but I guess he didn't really know how much I needed her validation for certain things. But what he knew about me was, this ain't you. She pretty much, saying things to you that I don't agree with. You're making decisions based on how she feels, and I don't like it. So, long story short, I would take an attitude with him. I would fight against him. Now I'm telling you this because you remind me of what my husband would do to me. Let her go, let it go. You don't need her. But that would only cause me more harm because what I really needed him to say, and what's crazy is everything happened when it needed to happen and not when I wanted it to happen because he did not understand. Because his thing was my mother is dead, you know, um my mother's dead and gone, now you got all, it came a point where I had so much animosity towards my own mother, and he didn't like that. So it was like Nick, not Nick, but it was like, you saw how she is, but now you see how I'm acting, and now you're holding me accountable because you're making it about you. Your mother's no longer here, so in your eyes, like I said, my mother never not talked to me. I made it a point not to talk to her, right?
Um, I mean that you're I'm being so honest with you, Vaughn. So your one reasoning behind this like selfish because you have this expectation that you want him to say the things that you want him to say versus him having his own perspective about it. Now you
Right.
don't have to you don't have to agree with it, but
Hmm.
when you do things like that, you pretty much put them in a bubble. You pretty much being no different from what a narcissist does, which is trying to control. To be
Right now,
quite honest.
I don't deny that because like I said, I know what happened. I was there. I know what I did. I know when I took an attitude, not an attitude, but no, wait, yeah. I know when I took an attitude towards everybody because it was like, y'all don't, not y'all, but he didn't understand, right? So finally, it came a time where um
Oh,
he's,
hold on real
he
quick
go ahead.
before you make your point. Um, I believe that he understood where you was coming from, but you just didn't
Hmm.
accept his response behind it because once again, you wanted him to respond a certain type of way.
Well, heck yeah, but go ahead.
Oh yeah, you go ahead. You go ahead. I just wanted to
Yeah,
point that out.
when he was pointing out certain changes in my behavior, you know, I didn't like it because it didn't benefit me in his eyes, right? And when he pointed out my negative behavior, I didn't like it because it didn't benefit me in his eyes. So when I started therapy, I was like 28. When I started therapy and I realized like, I've brought more harm to myself trying to, because I became really, really angry, y'all. Like, I mean, very fucking angry. And I realized, I was mad at her, I was mad at him, I was mad at myself. And when it was like, he saw that I was angry, but then I would be sad and then I would be emotional. And what he said to me was, um, you know, take, because she would try to call me. She would try to, you know, come around, and I would be like, like he would hear we gonna say the back end conversations from me, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't like, he's like, he didn't like this person because once again his mother is not here. So he sees my mother trying, to get in where she can not get in, but he saw her, she had made some changes, she was trying to be different. And because I couldn't get what I wanted from her, I started to reject her. If that makes, like, it was like a reverse. Like, when I wanted you, you didn't want me. So he acknowledged that, like, my mom ain't here, and you shouldn't be that way towards your mom. And of course, I would be like, well, she was like that towards me. I was
Mm-hmm.
unforgiving at that point. So he finally, I can't remember how it happened, but he had said to me, deal with her accordingly. Don't expect too much. Take her where she's at. And that
Yeah.
helps me instead of him trying to push how he felt onto me. Either
Hmm.
way, whether it was, you're a woman and not a child, or you shouldn't treat your mother this way. So, what I was going to say to Lionel is, instead of telling her, you don't need her, because honestly, she doesn't. She does not need her. But, instead of being hard on her, because my husband is hard on me, when he really comes down on me, he don't let up. It's like, no, we gonna, you need to know this. But, tough love, is good. But sometimes you got to be able to recognize that, the other person needs that emotional support, which is where, you love on her. You can't replace her mother, but you love on her. You understand that, she doesn't have that love from her mom and that acceptance, but, you can accept the fact that that's something that she needs and she does want, and although she's not going to get it, instead of you telling her, well, leave her alone, you're better off without her, you know give it to her differently. Give it to her differently. When you see her, speak to her if you want to. If you don't feel like speaking, don't speak. I'm going to back you either way. You know what I mean? Like, sometimes we want what we want for people, but it's better to support them, even when, it's better to support them in a way that it doesn't make you come off as like the person that's forcing people to do, not forcing, but, you're pushing your own feelings onto another person. Does that make any sense? Because I've been there, where my husband was telling me to let certain people go or let certain things go. And although he was telling me right, and, he was kind of mean when he said it, it made me feel or think, not that he didn't care about me, but that he didn't understand why I was so hurt or emotional, right? And my mom is not an emotional, person. But what I've learned is, to let her, be her and not expect too much, or, try to make her be someone she's not. Forgive
Hmm.
her for what she has acknowledged, you know, because she had got to a point where she told all three of us, her kids, grown, I'm not apologizing no more. And we was on the phone like, but you didn't apologize for this and you didn't apologize for that, and you
Hey,
got my husband, the peacemaker, like, but Kevon, she apologized to you for this. Can you accept that?
hey,
So
hey, Vance. Hey, Vance. We're not going to push this old beta male energy. We're not going to do that. We're not going to do it because what you describe it is how the way men are. That's how the way we are. We're going to be direct. We're going to do our best to be logical in a situation. We put logic over feelings, even though we have feelings. And one thing that I do want to acknowledge is that he understood your feelings. He understood where you're coming from. But by him being a man, he had to be a man, and he had to set certain type of boundaries and expectations. It ain't that he don't love you or not understanding what you're saying. He do, but he had to be a man and say it the way that a man had to say that. I find it interesting that I hear women say this, or not all women, but a lot of women say this all the time, that y'all men, y'all need to stop just being so bold and harsh with us, and you need to be soft and gentle. Hell no, because that's how the way we're
what?
supposed to be, because we're men. We're
Right.
supposed to be direct with you because we're men. That's how. And same thing with us disciplining children. That's why when men discipline the children, it be different versus how women discipline the children. You know what I'm saying? Because we're more direct, even though it could come off harsh or whatever and stuff. But at the end of the day, it's effective because we're men. Just like I
Now,
give you
I
real
agree
quick.
with you.
I give you example real quick. Then you could go. All right. Like for example, with parenting, right? It's a difference between when mom say sit down and shut up versus when dad say sit down and shut up. The difference is the tone of which what you're talking about right now. The tone, well, how the way dad said, right, the children immediately sit down and shut up. But when mom said right, it's mom, she being cuddly and nurturing, so I'm just gonna do it a little bit longer. You understand what I'm saying? So
Right.
us as men, we need to be that way. I don't understand why women want men to be all soft and gentle. Oh, just be nice to me. No, that's how we're supposed to be. Just like that's the same exact way how women supposed to be. Y'all supposed to be soft and gentle.
Hmm.
I'm just saying, but go
But
ahead.
okay, I agree with you when it comes to the parenting. But Mr. Lounge, and
Even
I
in
know you.
relationship, that's how it's supposed to be.
No, and I'm even gonna take it there and say biblically, husbands are not supposed to be harsh to their wives. You're not supposed, and even though Lionel, we know he's talking about his
No,
mother.
no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying for as harsh as being rude to you, you know what I'm saying,
Hmm.
or belittling you. That's what I'm
Hmm.
talking about. I'm saying that women interpret it as being harsh, but it's really not. It's really not. The whole point of it is that you just didn't say it in a way that you want him to say it. And that's why I had
Hmm.
addressed that earlier.
Well, I'm gonna say this. That's how you feel, okay? Because when he was less harsh with his approach, was when I was able to really hear him. He didn't change his stance. He did not
Hmm.
change his stance. He wanted me to change. And because he knows who I am, as a person. And unfortunately, he knows I cared way too damn much, right? So instead of, telling me to be like him, because, you know, that was kind of his point, don't give a fuck. And it's like, but that's not who I am. We needed
Hmm.
to come to an understanding that that's not me. That may be you, but that's not me. So I can't operate like that. You get what I'm saying? So in
Hmm.
order for us to come to a common ground, he had to learn how to communicate with me in a less harsh way when it comes to certain things. And when it comes to my family and my friends, I care way too much, So
Well,
I had to learn how to not care so much when it came to my mother, so that I wouldn't be emotionally discombobulated. You get what I'm
hmm
saying?
yeah, I put it to you this way. Um, he didn't change his approach at all. He still was the same exact way. But what he did is that he redirected in a way where you could gravitate towards it. You know what I'm saying? He didn't
Right.
become gentle with it or anything like that.
What?
He may have, but what's it do?
Okay.
Oh, he repackaged it in a way where it became more acceptable based on your standards. If that makes any sense,
I
but
mean,
for
look,
us,
look,
his tone and approach is
look.
still the same.
He needed help. Okay, I had a therapist. I had a therapist because he definitely needed help. But I'm not saying that Lionel, should change his stance because I agree with him. His mother does not need. She doesn't need someone in her life that's telling her, I hate you. That's harsh. That's foul. That's someone that
Hmm.
she really don't need to be around. Like that. That's not a relationship. I feel that she shouldn't want. But the reality of the reality of it is some people's hearts are harder than others. And although she may have had a lot of resentment towards her mother, dislike and even hatred at one point, she's at a place in her life where she wants love. So what I'm saying to Lionel is, communicate with her in a loving way and not a harsh loving way, because obviously, it's not getting through. So, staying
Oh, I don't really.
around.
Here's the thing, though. I don't really say it often. This was the
Hmm.
first time recently that I actually had to say that because I normally just let them do what they do. Because what am I supposed to do? This isn't my fight.
Right.
But recently, I had to do it because when they tried to talk about the past, it became a screaming match in Grandma's favor. And it was like, you're
Right.
over here about to cry. You're over here feeling sad. Why? You're talking about you wanted to be vulnerable with your mom. You don't have a mom. What are you crying for?
Right. And you know what? Because I'm emotional, I can honestly say she gotta come. She has to really come to her own understanding of herself first. And I'm only saying that because I really did that. Like, me and my mom have a great relationship now in today's time, because I know what I can do with her and I know what I can't do with her. And it's really not much. I can't go to her super emotional, because she don't know what to do with that. You get what I'm saying? If my mom told me she hated me, I wouldn't be trying to, have a relationship with her. That, so it's really different. My mom and me and your mom, I mean your grandmother and your mother. But they also went through a lot to, you got to remember, they went through a lot together. And we expect our parents to love us, because it's a lot of people out here who still love their parents, and their parents have done them wrong. I mean, girls who slept with their, and not slept, but girls whose father have raped them. That's the word we use on YouTube. And they still love their father, because that's who raised them. That's who fed them. They were. It's like it's weird, because you would think, oh, if that happened to me, I would be like, forget that person. But it's like you don't really know the good things. You don't know when that person made them feel good outside of the trauma. You don't know that. They do. So it's like, where you chase someone that's supposed to love you unconditionally, be there for you, support you, and they're not available for that. So, it leaves a void in your heart. It really does. There's like a void there, and you have to fill it. I ain't gonna say with what you can, but you have to kind of fill it on your own, and with some things that you can. I'm gonna say that, because for me, I didn't have, a great, great, great relationship with my mom, when I was younger. And it bothered me for a long time, and I never it like I was so in denial. I would defend her about things, and my sister would be like, "Oh, hell no." You know, even my husband, when he witnessed certain things, and he like, "Why are you defending her?" It was like, because she's my mom. I had a toxic mindset behind it too. She's my mother. I'm not gonna, dog her out because the next person is doing it. I'm not gonna agree with them, she's my mom. And it wasn't until, other things happened in my life where I needed her and she wasn't there, and that's when I became angry, because in my mind, I still love you, I still blah 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 for you, and you're unavailable. So, I would say, maybe your grandma needs to go to, therapy, like for real, because that mother daughter trauma, and I've seen it a lot. Now I'm the oldest. I have older cousins who are the oldest, who are females. You know, that mother daughter dynamic can be really bad, which is why I'm grateful that, I do like my oldest daughter. I like all my kids. They get on my nerves a lot. But I made like a quote unquote promise to myself, me and my sister, that we would do things differently, as far as the emotional part when it comes to the kids and stuff like that. But no, I don't think you're wrong, for telling your mom, like, you don't need that lady, because she really don't. Like, she does not. She doesn't even understand that once she cut that tie of wanting a relationship with someone who does not want a relationship with her, you know, that she'll be really free. You
You
know,
know, you brought something up a second ago, and it's another thing that I've witnessed in life, and it's my sister's father telling his daughter that he hates her and essentially wishing he never had her because he was feeling some type of way. And
mm,
my brother's father also telling him he hates him, and the fact that the mom should be grateful that he does that, so he has no business being in his life. So I've witnessed both of my siblings being told by the fathers in their life, or whatever you want to call them, that they hate them.
mm, that's a lot. Like, I mean, I'm not gonna act like I ain't never told nobody I hate them, because I have. But hearing, I could only imagine how I would feel if my mom told me she hated me. Like, I think that would be. I don't think I would be able to get on the panel and tell you that we have a great relationship. Like that's a lot.
But this is why I also bring up how I've had to raise my siblings, because I've had to let them know they don't have fathers
Right.
because they
And
didn't.
I'm gonna be honest. I agree. I 1,000%, because if my sister, my sister has, and my mind y'all, my sister is younger than me, but she witnessed me blame myself for some things that weren't my fault. And unfortunately, had she not brought, I think I was 25. No, I was 23. If she had not brought that to my attention, that it's easy to blame you for something, because if somebody give it to you right, you'll go with it. So it's like, when now, mind you, she was what's that word? She recognized a scapegoat kind of thing, right? Now, this is how she brought it to me. Okay, I kid y'all not. This is how she brought it to me. Because of something that was going on, and my name was brought up, and she said, she was like, "How the hell is this? Von's fault." Now, my sister calls me Von. She's like, "How's this Von's fault? Von ain't even here. Von lives in a whole nother state, right?" So she, brought it to me, and she and I was talking to her. And like I said, I was 23. I had my own family. Things were pretty great and going good for me. So I ain't gonna say it traumatized me, but my eyes were open to a lot of bullshit, right? And it hurt me so bad that I ended up in therapy, because it was like, wait a minute, I need to figure this out. But I played a major role in my siblings' lives, to where they were able to see me differently because of the changes that I had made. And so I guess I can say I can relate to you, as far as like, being that sibling that's like, no, you know, not here to protect you, but my sister is one of my biggest protectors in my family. Um, and it's crazy because she's younger than me. Um, she recognized some toxicity that went on in our family, and which is why I'm really really close with my sister, because she saw things that I couldn't see. And she's not harsh, she's a girl, she's not harsh with it. My brother was, he had a lot of fuck them people moments, like Mr. Lounge say, masculine, fuck that, fuck that, fuck that. But my sister was able to meet me at that on that emotional level, and unfortunately, yours is your sister by your mom or your dad?
Elaborate that one.
Is your Do you and your sister share the same mother?
Yeah, the same mother.
Okay, yeah. Unfortunately, you gotta be that. I mean, you're the oldest, right?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you are.
He said, unfortunately.
Yeah, because look, I'm trying to keep up with you and your story while also giving you a little bit of mine.
I got you.
So um no, that's a good thing that you're the oldest, and you're able to protect your siblings, and try to give them advice and lead them in a different direct. Stop chasing these people. They're not good for you. you know my sister did that for me in my early 20s. And a lot of people think people shouldn't have more than one and two kids, but I had my brother who was like, fuck that lady. And then I had my sister who was like, we don't have to say fuck her. We can just meet her where she's at. And she didn't say it like that. I can't remember exactly how she said it, but matter of fact, I can remember how she said it. We're going to be different. That's what my sister said to me. We're going to be different with our girls. We're not going to have this mother daughter strife and bullshit. And because my mom is different now, you know, um, she, and the sad part is, um, it's hard to tell this story because my mother didn't do drugs. She wasn't a prostitute. She wasn't a whore who had all these different men in and out of the house. My mother was just simply emotionally unavailable. Now, to me, that was small. What the hell do I need a therapist for? You know, because that was my argument. I don't need therapy. My mom wasn't this horrible woman, but I did need therapy. And so did my sister. And my brother he never went to therapy, but you know he needs it. So I said all that to say, keep being that for your siblings, because without my sister and later on my husband coming to an understanding of this is who Vaughn is. She desires and needs this and wants that. It's not gonna happen until she gets it in her head that that's not what it's gonna be. This is all we can do is support her, and that's what they did. Both of them. Even I didn't always like it. I didn't like their approach all the time. I didn't like the truth at times, but because they supported me, and when I came to my own recognition that, hey, I'm trying to force something that's not going to happen on my time. I'm trying to force a person to be someone different when they've been living 40 years before me. It don't matter how much we talk about it, you know until she, and honestly until she started to change was when our relationship changed. And I know earlier I said, your grandmother's a lot older, and she ain't gonna be no you know difference. I'm not saying that to be harsh or, to wish ill will on her. It's just that it's the I hate you. That don't sit right with me. That don't sit right with me. That to me comes off as someone who wants to blame the victim, in my opinion, for things that were not in their control because they were a child. And it was her responsibility to care for your mother and be there for her. She wasn't. So how do you hate
Yeah.
her? Like, how do you hate her when you were the supposed to be responsible adult.
Mm-hmm. Um, you know what? This reminds me of what I was gonna say. I looked at Annette comment and I just lost my train of thought just that fast. God dang it! And it was gonna be a great comment. It was gonna be spectacular. Oh! I was gonna say that goes to the whole concept that you cannot change a person at all. You know what I'm saying? No matter how hard you try, you just can't do it. It does insane for you to even remotely try to do that. Um, the one thing you could do is deal with your current situation, your current reality, and you just do your part, whatever you decide to do upon that, and and allow people just to be wherever they decide that they want to be. You know what I'm saying? That's the type of wisdom that I had to learn for myself. Is that I'm not going to sit up here and waste my time trying to control people. I'm not going to waste my time sit up here trying to manipulate people or anything like that to get um, you know what I'm saying, to get results that I want. Because at the end of the day, it's selfish. You know what I'm saying? So allow them to rock on, do whatever it is that they do. If they want forgiveness, whatever it is, it could be available for them. If not, like I say, the hell with them. Just keep it on moving because we only got one life to live, and you don't need to be living your life all stressed out and trying to figure out if this person going to love you, support you, and all this other stuff. You know what I'm saying? It just ain't worth it at all. My personal perspective, But other than that, y'all, we're gonna go ahead and end the show today. Like always, I appreciate y'all pulling up. Alice, I appreciate you pulling up on earlier. JW as well too. Appreciate y'all. I appreciate everybody who's in the chat watching and participating in the chat as well too. Appreciate my moderators, all my moderators, and the people watching in the bushes, and everybody else who I haven't acknowledged. I appreciate y'all. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got any closing thoughts before we end this? I
No,
don't
I
want to be
still think
rude.
I still think Lionel, should give it to his mom a little nicer. um, I think it would help, with the process, of easing the pain that she's already in. But y'all are men, and y'all gonna say forget them people and don't think nothing else about it.
Heck yeah.
I mean that's literally. I mean, what's funny is when he said it the first time, like she you don't need her, you don't have a mom. Like that hit me like damn. But I mean, you know that's how y'all gonna give it. No lie. That's how y'all gonna
Mm.
give it.
So why? I'm gonna close with this. Why is it so easy for women to say "fuck that bid" right with somebody you don't like, but it's harder for you to accept that in your in other situations.
You said why is it easy for women to say F the next person, but they can't accept it when it's said back?
Yeah, particularly with each other, man. Fuck that bid.
I'm gonna just talk. I'm gonna say me personally. I am one of them people. If I get real mad enough, I'm gonna say something I don't mean, and I might regret it later. Which is why I try real hard not to say certain things that I don't mean. But that's all I got. I mean, just hope you. Some people get lucky. Some people get lucky. They catch me real livid, and some people get lucky and they catch me where they think I'm hot as shit, and I'm really not. I'm only a little frustrated. But yeah, so
Vaughn, can I give you an example real quick?
yeah.
I had my mom complaining a little while ago. She was complaining just stressed out about bills. And I asked her point blank, why the hell are you complaining? And she was like, what are you talking about? I have, all of this going on. And I said, I get that. But a couple of years ago, you was complaining about how you can't pay this $2,000 rent. But here today, you're complaining about how you can't pay your $10,000 rent, how you can't pay your $50,000 for your employees. Why you? And I'm like, do you not see how your problems have evolved from just measly 2K to now you're worrying about 150K, which you're most likely probably going to get tomorrow? And the way it came off was harsh as hell, but it had her re-examine how she was complaining. And it was like, well, dang, she was like, Chris, I am making so much more. I'm doing so much better. I'm living in such a better place. But I wasn't going to sit here and coddle her because of that. I was going to tell her what it was.
Mm-hmm. Forget all that coddling.
Oh yeah, like some things, some like that right there. Yeah, no, you don't have to coddle. No. I think I'm gonna just say this: when it comes to the mom and the like, all of the stuff that you said to me, it just sounds horrible, right? I mean, ain't no sound.
I mean, it is.
It's horrible.
Yeah.
It's horrible. And how I look at it is, sometimes people, like your mother, a lot of things happened to her that wasn't her fault, and you're there to support her, and you seem to be a straight shooter, which it's not a bad thing. It's not. But I think for me, it's knowing that she's emotionally invested is why, I'm saying, like, not necessarily take the logic out of it, but try to meet her where she's at, so that she can, at least feel that someone actually cares for her. Because in my own experience, like with whatever, it's like sometimes people just need to hear you tell them, you know, oh no, I got you. I get what you're saying, or I understand where you're coming from. I've noticed a change in people when, like, we're communicating and they're upset about something. It's like once you let them know, you know, that you understand where they're coming from, there's a difference in them. It's like when when you're subtle with your when you come at them subtly and not so harshly is what I'm saying. You know, because I get it. I mean, I'm not saying that, I want you to, tell your mother, some bullshit because you're telling her right. But it's really going to be up to her, But I think with a little more emotional support, Lionel, I wouldn't listen to Mr. Lounge. I think
I got you.
a little more emotional support. I think she'll be able to let go, little by little. It won't happen overnight.
Look, Lionel, don't let this woman manipulate you.
I'm not gonna.
She is trying her best to make you just better this whole situation out.
Don't look. He can't be a beta male. He got it. He already told his mama straight up what it is. He like it is.
Yeah, and
He already told her.
that's say, Lionel, he gonna be out coddling this mom and stuff. Talking about, mommy, why you being all emotional?
Oh Lord, no. He definitely got it. If he told her that straight to her face, ain't gonna be. He did not. Ain't gonna be no coddling at all. Ain't gonna be no coddling. But just ease up on her. You ain't just ease up on her.
Boy, I
Ease up
tell
on
you, women. Hey, EAE. Hey, EAE. Hey, to answer the question, bro, I'm walking in the same direction where they at, and I'm dabbing them up and saying, "What's up with it?"
her. Oh Lord.
he a fool, man.
Wait, before we go, Mr. Lines, I got one question. So you ain't never said something harsh, not derogatory towards your wife. So you ain't
Hmm.
never been harsh towards your wife in a situation, and later you think about it and be like, babe, honey, sugar, whatever you call it.
Hmm.
Okay. You ain't come back to her with a softer tone, a softer approach.
Nope. Cause
Shaking
cause
my head. Oh,
cause cause I meant what I said. That
that's
goes
that
back
toxic
earlier. Now
masculinity.
listen. That goes
Ain't
back
no
earlier. That goes back earlier when I was talking to y'all about that parenting situation when I was asking y'all about did y'all renege on that or did y'all carry the sentence through? If you set up her renege on something that was said right, then the next time around there's gonna be the same expectation. You
yup.
need to be more softer and gentle. You need to be softer and gentle. No, I meant what I said. Now, if now she comes to me and say it hurt her feelings and stuff like that, then what I would do, I would explain it to her the reason why I said what I said, but I'm not gonna change my tone. Same
Shaking
thing when
my
we do
head.
our same thing we do our kids. You know what I'm saying? They get mad when you some of y'all be up here cussing your kids out and stuff. Then you go back around and explain to the reason why you cussed them out, right?
No, what I was gonna say was, I had one experience, with Jim. He gave it to me real, like, he didn't want to hear it. He, ain't, it was like no, 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 and I told him he hurt my feelings, and he changed his he didn't change his stance now, okay, because he wasn't going, but he definitely acknowledged that he hurt. I think that's what I'm asking, like. Do y'all acknowledge when y'all done hurt somebody's feelings? Because that's
The
important.
I'm a reverse Uno this song. I'm gonna do a reverse chord. Do you acknowledge your feelings when you be hurting your husband feelings on purpose? That's the win the argument.
I ain't never did that.
Be
Not
set
her
up here.
laughing.
Okay, look. Okay, let me not tell that lie.
Hmm.
Okay,
Okay.
have I
I
acknowledged?
know you did it. Yeah,
Have
y'all
I
y'all be in a heated
acknowledged?
maybe separate in a heated argument, and you know what he's saying is facts, but you don't want to accept it. That's why you fat.
Oh no, I ain't never said that.
Or brag
No.
brag on something that happened like 5 or 6 years ago. Like, man,
Okay.
don't
You
have
you
nothing to do
you
with
know
the
what you
argument.
you know what I do? You wanna know what I do for real? I start crying and say, "Why you throwing stuff in my face?" That's what I do.
Do you apologize about that?
Uh,
No, because you meant what you was doing, because you was crying.
no,
So
no.
why do we have to
Okay. Do
apologize?
I do I do I apologize? No, but do I recognize that he was telling the truth and I got mad and it wasn't nothing I could argue with, so I started crying? Yeah, but see, he knows that. So why do I? why?
That's
Why?
the point that we making. That
No, because
you
it's
know that
different.
you know when we doing it. You know that we're not doing it to hurt your feelings, but we're doing it just to give you a different perspective,
Now, if we
right?
arguing and I blurted out that he was fat, okay, yeah, anybody gonna apologize for that. Just like he gonna apologize for saying, I said I love your toes, but they really look like aliens. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like you, you gonna
What?
apologize when you really wrong. But have I ever apologized for that? I don't think so. I ain't
Where
gonna
you
lie.
really
When you really wrong.
I can't no more line. I can't. It's too
I mean,
late
it's the
in the
difference
morning
in
for
being
this.
it's the difference in being petty wrong, than really wrong. It's a
Do
difference.
you see how she keep constantly moving the goalposts?
No,
Make
I'm
something
just
as
playing. I'm
simple
just
and start making it as complex as possible.
no, I'm just playing, Mr. Lounge. No, I apologize when I do. I apologize when I'm wrong. Do he forgive me right away? Of course not. Do I forgive him right away? Absolutely not. But I do apologize when I'm wrong because you don't want your spouse to, walk around feeling like you don't love them. Like who wants to do that? Like that's not right.
But that's not the whole argument though about it. If you being right or wrong or anything like that, you talking about the whole tone, and that's the whole point I was making is that at the end of the day, you're not gonna if you know what you're saying is right and you know what you're saying is needed at that moment, you're not gonna apologize about that. You're gonna say what you have to say. Like if you mad at your husband for whatever reason it is, you meant what you said. And you're not gonna go back and apologize. Baby, I'm sorry for what I said. You're not
But
gonna
wait,
do that. Because your pride and ego is not gonna allow you to do that.
Nuh-uh, but you right though, because he not gonna apologize to me when he meant what he said either.
So
Who does
what
that?
that's the point. Why you had an expectation for him to do
Yeah.
that? That's the point.
When did I say I had the expectation, Mr. Lounge? When did I say that?
You just said it earlier.
I did.
You just said it earlier. Even with Lionel in this situation, you said talk about you just need to be so soft and gentle like a beta. Maybe
You know
then
what?
only then she'll understand you.
You know what? Whatever. Okay. Because if he apologized to me, I mean, if he said what he first of all, let me tell you something, Mr. Lyles. I think you know by now. Jim ain't gonna apologize for nothing he meant. Okay? He ain't gonna apologize for that. Now,
Then why are we having this whole debate, Vaz? I think he just doing it on purpose at this point.
You didn't move the goalpost because I don't expect
I
him
didn't
to
move
be-
no goalposts.
Yes,
I ain't
you-
moving nothing.
I don't expect him. I don't expect him to apologize for anything that he like really believes in when it comes to me, right? So when that situation was going on with my mom, he never apologized to me, and I didn't expect one either, because at the end of the day, as my spouse and somebody who saw how I changed, ever since certain things took place between me and my mom, he brought me back. So he didn't need to be sorry for that. But what I will say is, when I felt he was gentle and cuddly, okay, all right, that's when I was able to hear him. Now, you can call it beta, okay? You can say I manipulated, but that ain't what happened.
It was
That's not what happened.
that wasn't a beta situation. You just manipulated that dude. You probably rubbed on his head and stuff, grab his balls and stuff. Then he probably said something. Yeah, you know what, babe?
No, Mr. Last, no, man. I went to therapy and realized I was going crazy. Okay, not going crazy, but I had a couple screws loose. That's all. But no, but no, I don't do a whole lot of apologizing. I ain't gonna tell that lie. Not a whole lot.
Yeah, cause the average woman when they apologize with their spouse, they apologize with sex instead of with their words.
Yeah.
You know what? See, that be you. See, you be up here. You be up here playing.
I'm being dead serious. That's what y'all do. Men, we apologize with our words and our action. Y'all action is sex. Because y'all pride and ego wouldn't allow y'all to say that y'all sorry and take accountability.
Throw in some cologne, a nice steak and potato meal, a back rub,
which all that equates to sex.
You know what I'm just saying. You gotta let them know you still love them. You really have to, because I will say sometimes when you say things to a man that you shouldn't say, they don't forget that shit. So it's like you gotta you gotta kiss up to them. You got you gotta be like I ain't gonna let nobody else come take my man because we had a moment. You got to.
Why would you think like that? Out for a disagreement.
I did think that was interesting.
Because
I didn't know, Lana.
okay, so I'm gonna put it to you like this. Everybody swear they know Vaughn, but Jim is a smooth criminal, okay? And with that being said, he know how to get in my head. Okay? He know how to get me to be like, which I don't think is a bad thing.
Of course, because he's your husband. That's what he's supposed to do.
Right. So it's like, we had a moment, but I'm not finna, let this shit linger on and, everybody else, because he a cutie, so people be hating. I'm gonna say that.
Hey, Lana, you have any closing thoughts? Because Von, she trying to
No,
stay up here longer.
yeah, I know. Nah,
Look,
it was a good
I'm
show,
finna
man.
go because y'all didn't got me right where y'all want me. Okay, being the average woman, so I'ma go.
Yep, average is best.
But whatever, y'all have a nice night.
Have a
And
great
hey,
night.
Lionel,
I appreciate you pull it up on the cool though, Von.
no problem. I want, I'm nosy. I'm like, let me go ask Lionel some questions because this is a pretty interesting story, and I'm gonna follow it on YouTube. I'm gonna follow it. I'm gonna drop down and grab the link before the live disappear. So y'all
Yeah, she
have a
got
nice
her
night.
documentaries up there.
It's already up there.
Yeah, she has a documentary where she'll claim I forced her to do it, but she put it up there.
Okay. All right. Well, y'all have a nice night.
Have a
Bye.
great night.
So Lionel, before we end the show, so when you want to do this whole sci-fi thing? Because you've been begging me to do this for over a month.
It's got to be a Thursday, honestly.
Oh, okay. Why Thursday? Oh,
That's
that's
when
when
I'm
you're
off.
off. Okay. Never mind. All right. So what we gonna talk about with this sci-fi episode?
All type of sci-fi, man. What's going on in the sci-fi world?
Yeah. You got to refresh me because
And the lack of black representation in the sci-fi world.
Oh well, yeah, that'll be a better conversation. For
Why
sure.
black people aren't making that effort to be part of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that'll be a better conversation. Yeah, for sure. For sure, sure. I'll purposely get some talking points together just for that.
But yeah, I'll message you about it, man.
Okay. All right, for sure. I got your IG too.
All
Yeah,
right,
I
man.
responded back to you. Bye.
All right,
You have a
have a
good
good.
night, man.
You
Appreciate you.
too, man.
All right, once again, salute everybody. Appreciate y'all tuning in to the show. Those of y'all who are just now tuning in, make sure you catch the replay of the show, man. We had some really, really good conversations tonight, and I appreciate all my panelists for pulling up. So, by all means, y'all go back and catch the replay because we had a lot of thought-provoking content on here for real, man. Sure, I'm probably gonna have to clip all this because it was interesting. You know what I'm saying? So appreciate that a whole lot. And I appreciate everybody who's in the chat right now, been doing that thing. All my moderators, like always, I appreciate them. I appreciate everybody else as well too. Appreciate all the donations as well too. Just got a donation cash app, so appreciate that. Thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. Appreciate it a whole lot. Appreciate it. Thank you. Because it do help out the channel a whole lot. So appreciate y'all. Appreciate that. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate the one super chat earlier today as well too. And so other than that, y'all, so those of y'all who not sub up to this channel, I don't know what y'all waiting on to Christmas, Thanksgiving. I don't know. Y'all need to sub up to this channel because this is what we do over here. We be having all this good old thought-provoking content over here all the time where we be engaging in these conversations, or y'all be listening to me on my podcast, engaging into these thought-provoking conversations and be triggering everybody. It is what it is. It is what it is. But other than that, y'all, appreciate y'all tuning in. I'm gonna leave this going. Appreciate y'all tuning in. I will catch y'all again on the next episode. What's tomorrow? Is Friday? Friday? Yeah, I may DJ for y'all Friday if I'm not too busy. All right. So make sure you have your notifications set when I do go live, and y'all have a great morning / Friday morning, wherever day we at. Yeah, it's Friday. Bye.